What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki back at it again for a little bit of Theology Thursdays, as they say. You know, I take a couple of days off. I haven't been feeling right. You know what I mean? Then I've been looking into it, changing things. I'm off the vape because that might have been a factor. So I'm back onto tobacco. Also, like, done a kind of stayed off the coffee. You know what I mean? Just testing things out and all this kind of shit. But yeah, it's just been kind of like just not feeling at like the typical 100% as the Italians would say. Well, how are yous? Hope you've been well. We got Hugh in chat. Welcome in, Hugh. We got Half-Old. Welcome in, folks. We got Shante, of course. Gays and gays. Unbelievable. See you, Shante. I appreciate you, Shante. Don't forget to like the stream as well. It is free. You know, give it a sub to it as well. You know, we got Jiraiya saying, gays are stronger together. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? I can tell you the way.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay. Wait, how'd I get here? I don't know. I don't know, Shantae. But like I said, we're going to be doing more of the Bible. Obviously using the Orthodox Study Bible. We've settled on that. I don't want to hear nothing about, no, I want this version or this translation or read it in Greek or none of that shit, right? We're sticking with it from here on out, boys, because otherwise it'll be fucking back and forth like a fucking whore's drawers, as they say. Don't condone gays being stronger together. Hey, my man. My man.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
What can I say, boys? What can I say? You know? And another thing I noticed as well is looking into this thing, like could it be like what's basically kind of like throwing me off like whack or whatever? Ivermectin, right? If I want to get some ivermectin, I have to go to a fucking GP and get a fucking prescription just so I can buy the fucking ivermectin. You know what I mean? But in America, our boy Donald Trump, our boy, the one and only Donald Trump, he's like, fuck that shit. Let them fucking get it over the counter. You know what I mean? So I'm genuinely considering, do I fucking fly over to America just in spite of these cunts? You know, it'd work out a lot more expensive, I can tell you that, boys. But just as a fucking principle thing. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. You know, and you know it's fucking... It fucking works if they're not letting you have it. Do you know what I mean? Bible drunken Irish version. Hey, do you see you, boy? You see you? Machiwa.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
What can I say? I can read the Greek and the Hebrew in my own time. Hey, mama. Ivermectin. Never met her. I don't think that's a her. It'd be Ivan. Ivan Mectim. He is a comrade from East, comrade. Do you understand, comrade? It is Ivan Mectin. We fought in old Soviet country. You know? But yeah, that's basically the kicks for me at the moment. Like I said, investigating, changing things around. Another thing it could have been is the fucking multivitamin I was taking. You know what I mean? Like I thought I would play it safe. I'm like, oh, just in case, you know what I mean? Like I've overlooked anything and all this kind of shit. Make sure that I get the old fucking vitamins and minerals into me and all that kind of stuff. Play it safe, you know. And then, like I said, I done a double check on the whatchamacallit, on the AI and all this kind of shit. Like there's like a nutrition calculator you can get, and yeah, I was kind of like, I think I overthought it in terms of like that aspect where it's like, no, like carnivore, you shouldn't be missing out on any of your vitamins or minerals. And then there's other things like the amino acids and all this kind of shit. You need to make sure that you kind of like stick on top of that, because that's the one thing the vegans actually don't have, which is the amino acids. You know, they have to like eat all sorts of shit just to get the amino acids, whereas you just eat yourself some good beef, some good steak, boys. You know what I mean? You're getting all your amino acids and all this kind of shit sorted. So, like I said, I even fucking took out the vitamin D just as an extra precautionary measure. So all I have really is the fucking omega-3. So like I said, it was kind of like fucking doing a deep dive into nutrition and everything and all that kind of shit. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear, boys. We'll play it by ear. But just remind you, if you do want to open panel and you want to, you know, hop along to the journeys of the Bible, we have to reach the $50 goal. So if you do want to help out and support the channel, please do so using the Ko-Fis or the PayPals. The links should be pinned. You know what I mean? But we get the $50 on the super chat as well. We'll still open it up. But just to remind you, YouTube and Apple are thieving bastards. You know? Right? because YouTube takes 30% of the super chat. But if you're using a fucking Apple device, right? If you super chat on your iPhone or whatever the fuck you're using, and it's an Apple device, Apple will take 30% as well. Right? So if you super chat $10 on an Apple device, what happens is Apple take 30%, putting it down to $7. Then YouTube will come in and take their 30%, putting it down to $4.90, which means 51% of that $10 super chat goes to fucking Apple and YouTube. Fucking thieving bastards. Outrageous crack, as they would say. But anyway, boys, let's get into enough shite talking out of the leprechaun. All right, 1 second. Let me get the zoom in. Oh, 1 second. I need to do this. Right. Now, just to give you a little recap of where we're at. I'm actually really getting into these stories, you know, not going to lie. So basically, to a recap of last week's episode, we had our boy Jacob, and he was he had an old issue with Esau. Jacob fucked off, got himself a couple of wives actually, some kids and all that kind of stuff. Done quite well for himself, but the old father-in-law was screwing him out of some wages and all this kind of stuff. So he says, "Fuck this, I'm going back home," which his mother predicted was going to happen as well. And then like Jacob was a bit stressed that, oh shit, like fucking like Esau is going to come after me and all this kind of stuff. And this is where Jacob changed the name to Israel, because he basically wrestled with God, etc., etc. So then Israel basically played out, had himself, I think it was 12 sons, which again, good man himself. And then from there, we basically had the kind of like the story of Joseph and the multicolored cloak. The elder brothers were a bit jealous, not gonna lie. Sold him off to the Egyptians, and essentially because Joseph was like, "Oh, I had a vision, I had a dream that you guys are all gonna be bound down to me. What the fuck, that's up?" And they were like, "I've got to get rid of this cunt." You know what I mean? So they sold him off to the Egyptians. Some of them wanted to fucking kill him, which don't know what that was about. But went into Egypt, and Joseph made a good life for himself. Because he was talking to the El Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh's like, "I had this fucking dream in my head, don't know what the fuck's going on. Been dreaming about cows, 7 healthy cows, and then fucking 7 diseased cows. What the fuck's going on?" And Joseph said, "Well, it's going to be 7 years of, you know, plentifulness, and then 7 years of famine." So the El Pharaoh was like, "Sounds like a good job to me, boy. You manage it." So Joseph basically like essentially saved the Egyptians, as well as like the peoples, as they say. And then another thing as well is the El Pharaoh's wife was there trying to throw it on to Joseph. Joe was like, "Get the fuck away from me." And then she was like, "Me too." You know? So despite all that, Joseph done well for himself, and then the boys went to Egypt because they were in the famine period. And then essentially the brothers were like, "Can you give us any bread, boy?" And Joseph was like, "Oh, jeez, you don't even fucking recognize me, you bastards." And then, like I said, you had an old cat and mouse game going on between them, and eventually he got the old family in, and now they're all doing well for themselves. And, you know, it was all prosperous. The families there in Egypt, nice plot of land, a few cattle for themselves, all too good for them, you know? And then basically Israel, or Jacob, essentially he's passed on. He's basically gave us kind of saying like this is your kind of like what kind of like dividing up the empire before he goes. Essentially, not the empire, but you get what I'm saying, like kind of giving the old was it the predictions, or just kind of saying, shit, just giving his final blessing essentially, because I'm not going to scroll all the way up. We'd be here for fucking days. But giving his final blessings to the 12 boys, and says, "Right, I'm off to the not the promised land, but to the afterlife. Have a good one, boys." And now we're in Exodus now, which is a great kind of like, you know, point to this, especially kind of like to start the stream. I don't know if we'll get all the way through Exodus in this stream, especially with the amount of shite I've been talking. But in terms of the overall kind of aspect here, the Israelis are in Egypt now, and the Exodus is where we get to our boy Moses. You know what I mean? And a lot of shit goes down with Moses, so buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We catch up in chat before we start reading. They left Joseph in a hole first. Yeah, they fucking dug him a hole. And they were like, listen, we fuck him down here and we see what we'll do about him. And some of the bastards want to kill him. They want to fucking kill their own brother. Unbelievable. You know? But they reasoned it out and they said, listen, we'll fucking sell him for a few pieces of gold to the Egyptians. And then, you know, the rest is history, as they say. Biblical Me Too movement. Exactly. The Pharaoh's wife was there, like, had the fuck came in, the fucking dress was all draped all around her. And then Joseph was like, nah, I can't be none of that, boy. I'm on the straight and narrow. Then the bitch was like, oh yeah, he tried to make a move on me and all this kind of shit. Absolute cunt, if I do say so myself. Now, a shout out or just to be clear to everybody, like, clearly that was not the actual verbiage or words used. This is my own personal rendition of it. To simplify it down for us Tylenol babies. You know what I mean? But that's the general gist, okay? Guy says, just imagine Joseph wearing Clark Kent glasses, the brothers not recognizing him. 100%. You know? But this is another interesting thing as well, Gerard. You'd be surprised with a beard and mustache, like facial hair, and kind of like a couple of years past and all this kind of stuff. You'd be, depending on what the garb is, you know? Darren Brown is a good lad to look into in terms of like that whole kind of like being able to subvert perception or like kind of like have the all kind of illusion and all this kind of stuff. Sure, I'm the same when it comes to women. You know what I mean? Some of these women, they put on so much makeup they look like Bobo the fucking clown. You know, look like a completely different person. But anyways, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Israel suffers in Egypt. Now, these are the names of the children of Israel who came to Egypt. Each man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. All those who were the seed of Jacob were in 75 persons, for Joseph was in Egypt already. Now Joseph died, as well as his brothers and all that generation. Then the children of Israel increased and multiplied, became numerous, and grew exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. But there arose a new king over Egypt, who knew not Joseph. Then he said to his nation, look, the race of the children of Israel is a great multitude and is stronger than we. Come, let us outwit them, lest they multiply. And it happen in the event of war that they also join our enemies and fight against us, and so escape out of the land. Therefore he set taskmasters over them to afflict them in their works. And they built for Pharaoh strong cities, Pithom and Ramses and On, which is Heliopolis. But the more they humbled them, the more they multiplied and grew. And the Egyptians greatly abhorred the children of Israel. So the Egyptians tyrannized the children of Israel by force. They made their lives bitter with hard labor, in mortar, in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their labor in which they made them serve was by violence. Then the king of the Egyptians spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of one of the Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah, and said, when you do the duties of a midwife for the Hebrew women, and see that they are about to give birth, if it is male, then you shall kill him. But if a female, let her live. But the midwives feared God and did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the male children alive. Interesting. So the king of Egypt called the midwives and said to them, why have you done this thing and served the male children alive? Thus the midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not like women of Egypt, for they are lively and give birth before the midwives come to them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and grew very mighty. So it was, because the midwives feared God, he provided households for them. So Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, every male born to the Hebrews you shall be cast into the river, but every female you shall live. Now, this is a very interesting thing right here, because what do we see going on in the West right now? This whole thing, for like the past 20 years or so, we've seen the men be demonized, and the women, you're so great and awesome, all this kind of shit. But the men, and I'm talking about like the men, not these fucking soy boys, not these queers. That's their word, not mine. So don't be getting mad at me, YouTube. They're the ones that said queers for Palestine, right? All that kind of shit, right? Like think of like the blue collar worker, the old man who's built like a brick shithouse. He's fucking demonized to the point where it's like you have these women saying, nah, mate, I'd rather spend my time with a fucking bear in the woods than with that man or with that bloke, So, interesting how we can kind of see a similar kind of like, what would you call it? A similar kind of strategy being employed, where it's like, in order to get rid of a nation or weaken a nation, you basically try to kill the men off, and then the women are at your mercy, essentially, But like I said, this is a very wise book. There's a lot of things that we can kind of glean from this, even in terms of the modern day. This is why it survived so long, I think, in terms of like strategies and things like that. And as you might note, like Loki is a central kind of like avatar in what I want to be able to kind of explore, or well, not explore, but like to be able to kind of like demonstrate for you that sometimes is not as it's not as it seems. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's trickery abound, So what I keep telling people, you got to keep your wits about you, and whatever the fuck you do not take that fucking vaccine they're planning on rolling out. What was it, hantavirus, some shit like that? You're like, nah, I'm grand. I've got a fucking immune system. Good luck. Tell them to go fuck themselves. And that's one thing that really pisses me off. Like I stood strong for so fucking long, and the mother's a fucking nurse and all the stuff. The way the women fucking chip at you and all this shit. Eventually, I was like, fuck it, might as well. Like, none of these cunts are dropping dead and all this kind of thing. As soon as I got the fucking vaccine, the next week they opened up the shop and all this kind of stuff. I was like, you fucking bastards. You know what I mean? That pissed me off to no end. That's where I became like, I am never listening to these cunts again. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Tyler. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. We're going through Exodus, baby. And the Pharaoh's trying to wipe out the Jews. Or sorry, the Israelites. Basically saying, fuck the old lads into the river, but we'll keep the women. You know what I mean? There you go, Tyler. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get some popcorn, Like Pepe with his old coffee and shit, We'll be plowing the fields, boy. Plowing the fields. But anyways, now a man of the house of Levi went and took a wife, as wife a daughter of Levi. Wait, what? A man of the house of Levi, not Levi, went and took as a wife a daughter of Levi. So the woman conceived and bore a son. And seeing he was a beautiful child, they hid him 3 months. Okay? But when she could no longer hide him, she took an ark of bulrushes, daubed it with asphalt, and put the child in it, and laid it in the reeds by the river's bank. Now his sister was watching from a distance to learn what would be done with him. Then the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe in the river, and her maidens walked along the riverside. And seeing the ark among the reeds, she sent a maid to get it. So when she opened the ark, she saw the child crying, and the daughter of Pharaoh had compassion on him, and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children." Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call a nurse for you from the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you?" So Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." Then the maiden went and called the child's mother. Pharaoh's daughter then said to her, Take this child and nurse him for me, and I will pay you. So the woman took the child and nursed him. Now when the boy was grown, she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses, saying, because I drew him out of the water. There we go. Our hero of the story, as they would say. Happy to be here. Love me some scripture. Hey, mama. Like I said, like Exodus is, man. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Moses flees the maiden. Thus it came to pass in those days when Moses was grown that he went out to his brethren and saw their burdens. He also saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his brethren of the sons of Israel. So he looked this way and that, and when he saw no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. When he went out the second day, he saw two Hebrew men fighting, and said to one who did the wrong, why are you hitting your neighbor? He replied, who made you the prince and judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? So Moses was alarmed and said, surely this thing is known. Thus, when Pharaoh heard this matter, he sought to kill Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, who fed the sheep of their father Jethro. And they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. Then the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. When they came to Reuel, their father, he said to them, how is it that you came so soon today? They replied, an Egyptian delivered us from the shepherds, and he also drew enough water for us and watered our sheep. So he said to the daughters, and where is he? Why have you left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. Then Moses dwelt with the man, and he gave Zipporah his daughter to Moses. So the women conceived and bore Moses a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in the foreign land. Now in the course of time, it happened that the king of Egypt died. Then the children of Israel groaned because their labors and cried out. Then the children of Israel groaned because of their labors and cried out, and their cry came up to God because of the labors. So God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Then God looked upon the children of Israel and was made known to them. So again, this kind of like it's quite vindictive, to go after like a population, but to say no, we'll keep the women, but we're going to go after the men. But it makes sense from like a tactical point of view, because like women are able to bring life into the world, men cannot, So, and I think there might be something in terms of like the like with Jewish, like to determine whether or not someone's Jewish, it's irrelevant whether or not the father's Jewish. It comes down to whether or not the woman is Jewish. So again, like that's kind of like a key aspect of this. And then we see Moses as well. This whole thing where he's like, yo, you're bro Hebrews, why are you attacking each other? And he's like, oh, you're gonna kill me like you killed the Egyptian? Even though like as a Hebrew you think, well, he's looking out for the boys, The Egyptians are trying to wipe you out. Well, not wipe you out, but keep you as slaves, and then do the whole like social engineering or whatever the fuck, where yeah, we're just not going to keep the males, But our boy Moses gets himself a wife, gets himself a son. So it's looking good. It's looking good, Burning bush. Now Moses was tending the sheep of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. Then he led them to the back of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. Then the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. We saw the bush burning with fire, but the bush was not consumed. Very interesting description. Like this whole thing of like the everlasting fire, you know? That the fire does not consume, because you burn a fucking log or a bit of turf in the fire and stuff, it will consume, but you know? So Moses said, I will now turn aside and see the great sight, why the bush is not consumed. When therefore the Lord saw him turn aside to look, God called to him from the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. Then he said, here I am. And that's a key line as well. Here I am. Because when you talk about God, right, you're talking about supreme being. And this is the thing that I always bring up in my argument, like the evidence for God, is that when you look at everything in this world, no matter what you're looking at, it is in a constant state of change, right? Change is unchanging. All right. So even think of like something like, a book. Like, oh, like that's not changing, but it technically is. Like every single item, like even like a rock on the ground, that rock has atoms. Those atoms have electrons, and those electrons are in constant spin, So from an empirical point of view, like how can you explain the physical in constant change? And the quote unquote scientists of our era and all this kind of shit, which is just a new dogma, will say, oh, well, it's random. It's all random. But that doesn't make any sense because it's ordered. I think of the solar system in constant motion, but it's structured, it's ordered, So there's this whole kind of aspect of like us as human beings, like we call ourselves human beings, but we're technically not being, we are becoming. So how do we even grasp the concept of being when nothing in reality is in a state of being? It's in a state of becoming. It's in constant motion, right? Whereas when we talk about God, that's supreme being. Like this whole aspect of like God is never becoming. God never changes. God is unchanging, uncreated, eternal, right? This is why this line here I am, is a key line. Because in order to have I am, you must have an is. You must have a being. Right? And this is why like so many atheists and all the stuff that would say, oh no, I rather, be a scientist or like listen to the scientists. But even to have science, it presupposes, like, because science comes from philosophy. And when you go back to the ancient Greeks, go back to Heraclitus, what grounds the science is this state of being, supreme being. You know what I mean? So, again, like this whole thing of it was all just like random change. You would never have some sort of reference point. You never have some sort of 0 point to refer to, So, again, this is a key line. Here I am. I am, therefore there is. This is the thing that like a lot of the atheists always overlook, So, because again, like to be asked the question, what does is mean? What does word mean? What does meaning mean? You know what I mean? They never want to ask those questions. But if you actually, look into the void, look into the unknown, eventually you will find the known. And if you spend enough time thinking about it, you're like, oh my God. This is profound. This is powerful. Trust me, guys. So he said, do not come any closer. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place where you stand is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Moses then hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. Then the Lord said, indeed, I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters, for I know of their sorrow. So I came down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from the land to a good and large land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Girgazites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me, and I have also seen the affliction with which the Egyptians oppress them. Come now, I will send you to Pharaoh, to bring my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt. But Moses said to God, who am I to go to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out from the land of Egypt? Now, this is a key thing as well. All right. This whole kind of like, to wrestle with what God says. You just don't accept it. So, oh, yep, no bother, I'll have them there back down in a jiffy and all this kind of stuff. And like we've seen this like multiple times that has happened. Like we've seen it in Sodom and Gomorrah. Like this whole thing of like Sodom and Gomorrah, it's complete degeneracy, it's complete utter chaos, all this kind of stuff. Just evil. We need to wipe it out. And Abraham is like, but if there's one righteous man, well, I think initially he said, but if there's 50 righteous men in that city, how can you justify wiping out 50 righteous men? And God was like, yeah, that's a fair point. And then from there, he barters down to, well, if I can find you one, So this whole thing of like, you just don't accept it like as a blind faith, because then you're the blind leading the blind, essentially. You know what I mean? You should always question, you should always reason. That's why I always say like God is reason. Reason needs to have that what would be the word? You need to have that strife, you need to have that conflict, that back and forth. You know what I mean? Where it's like you're putting forward like the justification and matching it against another justification. Where's the conflict between them? You know what I mean? That's how you actually develop truth. You need to, like, someone puts forward a statement or a case, and then you examine it, you question it, you reason with it, and you say, no, there's a contradiction here. That contradiction can't stand. A cannot equal not A. Otherwise, we're in chaos, So, this is a common theme. And even I'm pretty sure, like, when Jesus came back and the apostles, not to give away any spoilers, but even they, like, question is like, is this actually Jesus? And I think it's Peter who puts his hand into the actual holes, Then God said to Moses, I will be with you, and this shall be a sign to you that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. So Moses said to God, indeed, when I go to the children of Israel and say to them, the God of your fathers sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I tell him? Then God said to Moses, I am the existing one. He also said, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, the existing one sent me to you. Moreover, God said to Moses again, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, sent me to you. This is my name forever, and my memorial to all generations. Go then and gather the elders of the children of Israel together and say to them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob appeared to me, saying, I have surely looked upon you and all the things that have happened to you in Egypt, and I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt to the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Girgazites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, to a land flowing with milk and honey. Then they will heed your voice, and you shall go, you and the elders of Israel, to the king of Egypt, and you shall say to him, the God of the Hebrews met with us, and now let us go 3 days journey into the desert to sacrifice to our God. But I know Pharaoh, again 3 days, and he rose again in 3 days. Key imagery. But I know Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, will not let you go, not even by my mighty hand. Thus I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all my wonders, which I will work among them. And after that, he will let you go. Then I will give his people grace in the sight of the Egyptians. And when you go, you shall not go empty handed. For every woman shall ask of her neighbor, namely of her who dwells near her house, articles of silver, gold, and clothing, and you shall put them on your sons and daughters. Thus you shall plunder the Egyptians. We got a new tip from somebody. Think I know who the somebody might be. But shout out to Shantae for the $10. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Shout out to you, Shantae, for the $10. Folks, we only need another $40 if you just want to open up the panel and follow along live on panel with these with the stories, the ancient scriptures, as they say. There's a key, like this key thing, I am. You know? Like, how would you recognize what God is? I am. When you evoke I am, he is, you know, she is, they are. Like, that's all the same thing of being. And nobody understands this. Not nobody. There's a lot of people like that, they just take that shit for granted. They don't know what they're evoking when they're evoking, like, being. They've not thought about being. Do you know what I mean? It's a very peculiar thing because you cannot have being. You cannot have the law of identity without being. Right? When you have being, you are evoking a thing that exists. Being. Right? So if you deny being, you're fucked. It's illogical. You know what I mean? But what explains us as, you know, agents of becoming? Like, what evokes that? Like, how can we make the claim of being when we're in constant change? Because it's constant change, you know? Interesting. Maybe why that's father's last name passed on. I'm not sure what you mean, Troy. The system is sustaining itself. Yes, we can destroy ourselves, but yes, we can destroy ourselves, yes, but we're kind of transient if we don't balance ourselves to everything around us. That's the whole thing of, like, balance, you know? There's no discord in nature, just natural. That's human invention. No, like, what I'm talking about is, like, I don't want to go too deep into this because it's quite philosophical in this thing, but, like, the strife is what causes the harmony. Like, what you're saying is, like, in terms of discord, like, I'm not saying, like, strife being a thing of, like, tearing each other down, all this kind of shit. Like, when I'm talking about strife, I'm talking about, like, that natural, like, think of, like, a wave crashing on a beach, right? Technically, that is, like, that's strife. That's, like, the land and the water combating, right? But what you get is something quite beautiful, a beach. You know what I mean? So, like, from that, like, you know, from the strife or the conflict of the water and the earth, you create or you have or you get something that's actually quite beautiful, like a beach. Think about, like, oh, like a sun holiday. What picture they always use? Oh, you're on the beach having your cocktails and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So just because I'm talking about, like, strife or conflict, it doesn't mean that it's like you know, burn it all down and destroy everything, all this kind of stuff. You need that, like, conflict or strife in order to create the harmony. You know? Like, think about in modern day in the West. You know what I mean? Like, there's no challenge, everything's easy going, everybody's nice. Everybody wants to be a nice guy. You know what I mean? what happens? Things turn to shit. You know what I mean? There's no strengthening of the people because everybody wants to be a nice guy, you know? Also, Moses saw the suffering himself and turned away. Another example of God being like, hey, only you can do this. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people are like, nah, it's not my job. That ain't me. I'm not that guy and all this kind of stuff. But it's why you need to make sure that you reason. You say, if not me, then who else is going to do it? You know? Also, Cain was asked 3 times about Abel. I'm not sure. Good question, though. Is the Book of Enoch facts or non-fictional? This is the Book of Exodus, baby. IDs or IDs? Not sure what you mean there, Mashed. Nobody, the exact opposite of I am. And again, this is the whole thing. Like, nothing. It's nothing. Right? Okay, if it is nothing, this is why I do the whole, like, the one and the many. God must be one. I think the exact terminology was the existing one, right? God was 0, right? And this is why a lot of people they go down that path of illusion, especially Buddhists and shit like that, right? Because 0 multiplied by 0 is 0, which is unchanging. And like when you think about like why God is the one, why is God is always referred to as the one? 1 multiplied by 1, so 1 times itself gets you 1. That's unchanging. And 1 divided by itself still gets you 1. It is literally the mathematical representation of unchanging, of being, of supreme being. Because any other number you take, right? Let's say take 3. 3 times itself will always get you a new number, a different number. It will change. So 3 times 3 is 9. But 3 divided by itself, 3 divided by 3, gets you back to the 1. Now, let's go back to 0. Why God's not 0? Why God is not nothingness or nothing or whatever the fuck, right? 0 times 0 gets you 0. That is unchanging. But what is 0 divided by 0? It's either 0, 1, or infinity. Magic mathematics, as they say, you know? So that's why, like, this whole, like, nothingness thing and all this kind of shit they talk about, it's all a fugazi. It's all an illusion just to get you to turn away from God or being, supreme being. But whom made us? God. Not sure that's a genuine question, but hey, it is what it is. Father's last name passed on. But like, yeah, like from Jacob. Jacob's name is Israel, and these are all the children of Israel. You know? Why do we find out who made us, but then disagree of whom made everything? Why do we find out who made us? Well, your parents made you. But when you're talking about who made everything, who made your parents and your parents, and everybody, it would be God. No order without disorder. There cannot be disorder without order. There cannot be good without evil. There cannot be evil without good. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing of free will and choice. It's a byproduct from choice. If there is a right answer, then there is a wrong answer. Ash Shader says, there's more stars than there is sand on all sides of the earth beaches. Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't counted myself. But it is what it is. I think the Bible says the stars are innumerable, as in uncountable. Also, same as the grains of sand on the beach, because the time it takes you to count the current number of sand grains of sand on the beach, there'll be new grains of sand created. Math proves God. Exactly, Kevin. Exactly. That's what they say. It is what it is. But attesting miracles. Then Moses answered and said, but suppose they will not believe or listen to my voice. Suppose they say, the Lord did not appear to you. The Lord said to him, what is in your hand? He said, a rod. Thus he said, cast it on the ground. So he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent, and Moses fled from it. Then the Lord said to Moses, reach out your hand and take it by the tail. So he reached out his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hands. So they may believe the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, appeared to you. Furthermore, the Lord said to him, now put your hand in your bosom. So he put his hand in his bosom, and when he took it out, it was leprous like snow. Again he said, put your hand in your bosom. So he put his hand in his bosom again, and then removed it, and it was restored to the complexion of his other flesh. Then it will be, if you do not believe you nor heed the message of the first sign, they may believe the message of the second. Then it shall be, if they do not believe, even though these two signs, or listen to your voice, you shall take water from the river and pour it on the dry land. And the water you take from the river will become blood on the dry land. Then Moses said to the Lord, I pray, O Lord, I am not capable, neither before nor since you spoke to your servant, but I am weak in speech and slow of tongue. So the Lord said to him, who made man's mouth? And who made the mute, the deaf, seeing, and the blind? Did not I, God? Now, therefore go, and I will open your mouth and teach you what you shall say. But he said, I pray, O Lord, appoint another capable of whom you may send. So, and again, like this whole thing of like the aspect of like, even when God is telling him, listen, you know, put your rod to the ground, turns into a snake, you know, put your hand in your bosom, and it's like, it's all frozen and stuff, you know, these stuff that like he's not able to explain, but he's still having this thing of like, nah, you need someone else who's more capable. I'm not that guy. You're not that guy, pal, you know. But this whole thing of like trusting in reason, trusting in supreme being, you know. Then the Lord was very angry with Moses, and he said, is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know he will speak for you, and indeed he will come out to meet you, and indeed when he sees you, he will be glad in heart. Now you shall speak to him and put my words in his mouth, and I will open your mouth and his mouth, and I will teach you what you shall do. So he shall be your spokesman to the people, and he himself shall be your mouth, and you shall be to him as God. Now you shall take in your hand the rod that was turned into serpent, with which you shall work miracles. So Moses returns to Egypt. So Moses went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, I will go and return to my brethren in Egypt and see whether they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moses, go in peace. Now in those days, after some time, the king of Egypt died. So the Lord said to Moses in Midian, go return to Egypt, for all the men who sought your life are dead. Then Moses took his wife and sons and set them on beasts of burden, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God in his hands. Again the Lord said to Moses, when you go back to Egypt, see that you work before Pharaoh all of the wonders I put in your hand. But I will harden his heart. And that's a key thing as well. When you harden your heart, you basically remove the ability, and this is what, like Jesus says, like to love your enemy, to see the good in your enemy. It's basically like you become, what's what's the word again? Not obnoxious, but you become like stubborn. And that's when like your ego takes over. And you basically shut yourself off from listening to reason, you know? And he will not let people go. Again, Pharaoh, let my people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus says the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. So I say to you, let my people go, so they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, indeed I will kill your firstborn son. Thus it came to pass on the way at the inn that the angel of the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son. Wait. Thus it came to pass on the way at the inn that the angel of the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and fell at his feet and said, the flow of blood from my son's circumcision is stopped. So we departed from him because she said, the flow of blood from my son's circumcision is stopped. Now the Lord said to Aaron, go into the desert to meet Moses. So we went and met him on the mountain of God, and they kissed one another. Then Moses reported to Aaron all the words of the Lord which he sent to him, and all the signs which he commanded him. Thus Moses and Aaron went and gathered together the elders of the children of Israel. Aaron then spoke all the words the Lord spoke to Moses, and he did the signs in sight of the people. So the people believed and rejoiced because God had visited the children of Israel, and because he had seen their affliction. Then the people bowed and worshipped. So when it says met him and sought to kill him, is he talking about Moses or are you talking about Aaron? And again, anyone in chat wants to let me know a bit of the back story to that, let me catch up with chat. Joy says, like the analogy about dividing a number always one. Anything reflected in a mirror is always its own sum. Sorry, brain fever, need more Tylenol, I think. What can I say? What can I say? So I take this moment to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. I can't believe actually, like, I got kicked from I got kicked from an atheist panel. Easy was on trying to convince them about God, using the transcendental argument for God, and they were having none of that because they were like, we need empirical evidence. You know, so we accept the logic, the logos, but we need empirical evidence. So then I went on, I gave them the empirical evidence of like changes unchanging, and they didn't like that at all. And then I hit them with, it's like, oh well, you know, like please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. You know, I got the autisms. I was trying to rizz them with the tism. And they were like, no, I'm offended. You can't be making jokes like that and all this kind of stuff. It's like, but what? You know what I mean? Not like I was using vulgar language or anything, you know? But it goes to show you, they don't like, they don't like you getting around their typical kind of put downs on that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because one, well, again, I don't have quote unquote proof for this, but if you notice, like, and Avarice is really good at doing this. Shout out to Avarice. Like, this whole thing of like, if you're able to insult yourself, you're basically proving that, like, listen, I don't have any ego. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to speak truth. Whatever truth leads me, whatever reason leads me, like, it will lead me to the truth. You know? But if you're able to, like, you know, go in and kind of like make a joke at your own expense and all this kind of stuff, it shows you that, like, I'm not here for ego and all this kind of stuff. And they hate that because it's a sign of maturity where it's like, okay, you call me names, I really don't give a fuck because I know what the truth is. I'm able to reason, I'm able to rationalize all this kind of stuff, you know? So that's basically why they kick me, because they don't like the fact I'm able to make fun of myself, you know? Honestly, I gotta say, if this happened today, it'd be a magic show. Nah, I don't think so. Because even being able to reason, yeah, that ain't really a magic show. Well, you could say it's magical, but in terms of like reason itself, it's like transcendent. You know, it goes above the individual. That's how we have like concepts of like objective. You know, it's not just what the individual says. It transcends the individual. You know, and to watch vids, welcome in, sir. Welcome in. I have a hardened heart. My bad. Hey, it is what it is. Stubborn is a great analogy. Yeah, it's like a synonym. You know. This is when we start chopping pee skin. I don't really get this one, if I'm not gonna lie. Because again, who is him? Because we're talking about like Moses, and then if Moses at the end, then why is the angel of the Lord met him and sought to kill him? We could go back to the likes of Jacob when it was like wrestling with God. You know? Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut the foreskin off her son. So who's him and her? You know? But I think because it's saying now the Lord said to Aaron, go into the desert to meet Moses, that we're talking about Aaron and his wife. Food for thought. To be fair, the Economist told Pharaoh for freeing slaves bad for the economy. Oh, well, again, like the parallels in modern day West is crazy. You know what I mean? How many economists were saying Trump's tariffs are going to crash the economy and all this kind of shit? And now it's like, no, America is actually booming right now. NASDAQ, all the stock markets, new all-time highs. You know what I mean? Manufacturing's back, baby. You know? Tons of investment going into infrastructure and all this kind of thing, into energy. You know what I mean? Making America less dependent on oil, but also because of the stuff in Venezuela, because of the stuff in Iran, everyone else is still dependent on oil. But America is moving towards nuclear, moving towards like other forms of energy that kind of makes oil redundant, but they're still profiting off the oil as well. You know? I'm very hesitant to listen to economists. Take a Bayer aspirin. What can I say? I'm Tylenol. I'm OG with the Tylenol. You know, that was a bridge too far. It is what it is. It is what it is. But it's good for it's like it's medicine for the ego. You know what I mean? If you can't take the piss out of yourself, then should you really be taking the piss out of anybody? You know? Strengthens yourselves. Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh. So I'm pretty sure this chapter's talking about Aaron and his wife. Now after this, Moses and Aaron went and spoke to the Pharaoh. Thus says the Lord God of Israel, let my people go so we may hold a feast to me in the desert. Then Pharaoh said, who is he that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, nor would I let Israel go. So they said, the God of the Hebrews has called us to him. Let us go 3 days, journey into the desert and sacrifice to the Lord our God, lest at any time death or slaughter happen to us. Then the king of Egypt said to them, why, Moses and Aaron, do you take the people from their work? Get back to your work. Again, Pharaoh said, look, the people of the land are many now, so let us not give them rest from their work. So the same day, Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their clerks, saying, you shall no longer give the people straw to make bricks as yesterday and the day before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. Furthermore, you shall lay on them a daily quota of bricks they are to do each day. You shall hold them to it. You shall not reduce it, for they are loafers. Therefore they cry out, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let the labors of these men be oppressive and cause them anxiety. Let them not pay attention to empty words. Interesting. So, Pharaoh basically says, we don't want the men, only let the women live. And now he's saying, just force them into work. Don't let them start talking about, like, you know, the divine or God or anything like that. Just focus them on the work. Again, we look at modern day. Oh no, atheism is what you want. You don't want to be talking about God. You don't want to be talking about supreme being and kind of getting deep and philosophical and theological and all this kind of stuff. Just focus on your 9 to 5. Put your head down and you have that mortgage. You know? All that, like supreme being, that's all empty words. Don't be thinking about that. Isn't that interesting, boys? So the taskmasters of the people and their clerks went out and spoke to the people, saying, "Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go, get it yourselves wherever you can find it, yet nothing will be reduced from your workload." The people were then dispersed throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw. The taskmasters also forced them to hurry, saying, "Fulfill your daily quota of work as when straw was given to you." Also the clerks from the race of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters set over them, were beaten and questioned. "Why have you not fulfilled your task in making bricks both yesterday and the day before, and also today?" Then the clerks of Israel's son entered and cried out to the Pharaoh, saying, "Why are you dealing thus with your servants? No straw is given your servants, and they say to us, 'Make bricks.' And indeed your servants are beaten, but the fault is with your own people." But he said, "You are loafers, you are loafers. Therefore you say, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Now therefore go and work, for no straw shall be given you. Yet you shall deliver the quota of bricks." So the clerks from the children of Israel saw they were in trouble after it was said, "You shall not reduce any bricks from your daily quota." Then, as they departed from Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who stood there to meet them. They said to them, "Let the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us abhorrent in the sight of the Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, to put a sword in his hand to kill us." God damn. So Moses returned to the Lord and said, "O Lord, why have you brought trouble in this people? Why is it you sent me? From the time I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has afflicted this people. Neither have you delivered your people at all." Now, this is the whole thing where, like, these people are kind of saying, "Well, you know, let's just go along to get along. You told us to stand up for ourselves, and now now he's treating us poorly." Well, who's at fault here? Why is it that the people are getting beaten and whipped and all this kind of shit when it's essentially an impossible task? If I were to compare, you know, the people, their current output, and to say, I'm going to make the job more difficult for you, but expect the same outcome. Is that noble? Is that even reasonable? I say not. I say not, boys. You know what I mean? But it's interesting, the reaction, where it's the Pharaoh who is being more oppressive, who's making the job more difficult, yet expecting the same outcome. And the people blame Moses. Why did you tell us to stand up for ourselves? You've made my life worse. It's your fault. And this is a key thing in terms of the tyrant. You know? A lot of food for thought here, gentlemen. If they all have if all they have is name calling and if all they have is name calling and you call yourself names, they got nothing. Exactly. Basically take the weapon out of their hand and show them that's a useless device. And Avarice is brilliant at that, by the way. Avarice is brilliant at it. You know what I mean? Teriak, totally not on Big Tylenol's payroll. What can I say, man? What can I say? you know. Okay, that was a dick move by Pharaoh. Build bricks without the straw. It's a let them eat cake moment. It's like I said, it's an impossible situation because you've added on like this workload to the job, but still expecting the same outcome as if the straw was provided. You know what I mean? And that, like, the interesting reaction from the people is to blame Moses and not to blame the Pharaoh. And this is why reason is a very powerful thing. If I give you a reason to stand up for yourself, that reason doesn't exist because of me. That reason was always there. And like, this is the whole thing of being and why it transcends the individual. Humans, they live, they die. But reason transcends that. Reason is always there. Are you willing to tap into it? Are you willing to discover it? You know? And like, this is I think there was a case in Belgium or something along those lines. There's a politician in Belgium. He's getting the laws on his ass, and basically a key thing came out of the court case where the judge was like, well, technically, he's not lying. Nothing he's saying is false. It's all scientific. But the way he's saying it incites hatred, ergo, he's guilty. That was basically a direct quote from the judge. You know what I mean? Crazy. But like I keep saying, like, truth is powerful. Much more powerful than an individual, than a human, you know? What can I say? Tylenol number 3 are pretty good. Wait, there's number 3? There's a third Tylenol? What the? And again, shout out to Shante. Thank you very kindly. $40 if you want to open up the panel. You know what I mean? If you want some live back and forth, you want to follow along on the panel. Troy says, what is the lesson the Pharaoh teaching beyond I have the power? There is no lesson. There is no lesson to teach. The Pharaoh is a tyrant. And if you go back to Plato, he explains this in terms of like, there's like 5 stages of the degradation of soul. And this also mirrors in terms of society as well, right? From the individual to the group or to the nation, right? First is aristocracy. This is reason above all. So sound reasoning is what it determines what you should do and all this kind of stuff. Then you have democracy, which is like rule by honor, rule by like rule by like honor, valor, and all this kind of stuff. And that, like, that's basically kind of like the ego starting to chip away at the at reason. Then you have oligarchy, which is rule by money. So it's the whole argument about gotta make that bag, like that whole argumentation. Then you have democracy, which is rule by popularity, and like the typical argumentation, like, oh well, how's it doing in the polls? What's popular among the masses? And that's what you choose to do. You base it on the polls, the polling, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then you have the lowest of the low, the final stage of degradation, which is tyranny. And the tyrant's argument is because I said so. Simple as that. Because I said so. You know? And like I said, there is no reason. It's literally like zero reason. Just pure like ego, pure because I said so, and all this kind of thing. You know? Crazy. 100% is crazy. You know what I mean? And that's why the society completely falls into disarray, dysfunction, all this kind of thing, you know? Food for thought, as they say. Then the Lord said to Moses, now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand he will let them go, and with a strong hand he will drive them from his land. God also spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as their God, but I did not reveal to them my name, Lord. I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of the Canaanites, the land of their sojourn, in which they were strangers. I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage, and I remembered my covenant. Therefore, say to the children of Israel, I am the Lord. I will bring you out from under the Egyptian tyranny. I will rescue you from their bondage and redeem you with an outstretched arm and great judgments. I will take you as my people and be your God. Then you shall know I am the Lord your God, who brought you out from under the Egyptian tyranny. I will also bring you into the land I swore to give Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I will give it to you as a heritage. I am the Lord. So Moses spoke thus to the children of Israel, but they paid no heed to Moses because of their faint-heartedness and cruel bondage. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Go in, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to send forth the children of Israel from his land. Moses then spoke before the Lord, saying, Children of Israel have paid no heed to me. How then shall Pharaoh heed me, for I am not eloquent? Thus the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron and gave them a command for the children of Israel and for the Pharaoh king of Egypt to send forth the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. The families of Moses and Aaron. Now these are the heads of the fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, were Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. This is the family of Reuben. Now the sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ochad, Jachin, Zohar, Shaul, the son of Canaanite women. These are the families of Simeon. Now these are the names of the sons of Levi according to their genealogy. Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And Levi lived 137 years. The sons of Gershon were Libni and Shimi, the houses of their family. The sons of Kohath were Aram, Ishar, Hebron, and Uziel. And Kohath lived 133 years. The sons of Merari were Machli and Mushi. These are the families of Levi according to their kindreds. Now Amram took his wife Jochebed, the daughter of his father's brother, and she bore him Aaron and Moses and Miriam, their sister, and Amram lived 137 years. The sons of Ishar were Korah, Nepheg, and Zichri. The sons of Uziel were Mishael, Ezaphan, and Zithri. Now Aaron took his wife Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, the daughter of Nachshon, and she bore him Nedah, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korah were Asir, Elkanah, and Abiasaph. This is the genealogy of Korah. Eleazar, Aaron's son, took his wife, one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the families of Levites according to their genealogy. Now these are the same Aaron and Moses to whom God said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt with their army. These are the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are the same Moses and Aaron. God's instruction to Moses and Aaron. In the day the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, the Lord said to him, I am the Lord. Speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, everything I tell you. But Moses said before the Lord, Behold, I am weak in speech, and how shall Pharaoh heed me? Interesting. Also, make sure you check out the Discord as well. We got got a lot of stuff in the Discord going on. We want a free budget template. So if you want to be able to kind of budget out your monthly or yearly spends, it's a great tool. Like I said, it's basically just like a nice little template for like Google Sheets or for Excel, and it kind of outlines everything. Just kind of like the base thing you can add and thing, and it already has kind of certain formulas in place where it basically automatically calculates out the total and how much you're spending, all this kind of stuff. Also, there's a nice video there for explaining why you should be investing in Bitcoin rather than gold or just leaving your money in your account. We also have a fitness section as well, just to outline out in terms of the carnivore especially. Should be following this, but it basically gives you a good indicator of how much protein you should be eating and how much fat and what the kind of the balance of how much fat to protein you should be eating and all this kind of stuff. Then we have the philosophy section as well. Still need to add in the National Socialism kind of like economic kind of theory into that philosophy section as well. So make sure you check out the Discord. And again, shout out to Shantae for posting as well. Dwyer says, Old Testament is God saying, I'll save you, but you've got to save yourself first. You don't want me to intervene. It gets bad. Well, this is what I'm saying in terms of reason. You know? Without reason, you're lost. You know what I'm saying? We got Ferrer questioning. He's got the L, he's rubbing the L chin, as they say. But let us continue. Now the Lord said to Moses, See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all I command you, and Aaron your brother shall speak to Pharaoh to send the children of Israel from his land. I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. Pharaoh will not heed you. And I shall lay my hand on Egypt and bring my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt with my power and great vengeance. Then all the Egyptians shall know I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand on Egypt and bring out the children of Israel from among them. Thus, as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. Now Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 years old when they spoke to Pharaoh. Again the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh speaks to you, saying, Show us a sign or wonder, then you shall say to Aaron your brother, Take your rod and cast it on the ground before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. So Moses and Aaron went before Pharaoh and his servants, and they did so, as the Lord commanded them. Aaron cast down his rod before the Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. In response, Pharaoh called together the wise men, the sorcerers, and the charmers of Egypt, and in like manner they did the same with their sorceries. For each man threw down his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not give heed to them as the Lord commanded. The plague of water turned to blood. So the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh early in the morning, when he goes to the water, and you shall stand by the river's bank to meet him. And you shall take in your hand the rod that turned into a serpent. Then you shall say to him, The Lord God of the Hebrews has sent me to you, saying, Let my people go to serve me in the desert. But indeed, until now you would not hear. Thus says the Lord, By this you shall know I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike the water in the river with the rod in my hand, and it shall be turned into blood. Then the fish in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians will be unable to drink water from the river. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, Say to Aaron your brother, Take your rod in your hand and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the rivers, the canals, their ponds, and all their standing water, so they may become blood. There shall be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and of stone. So Moses and Aaron did so. As the Lord commanded them, Aaron lifted his hand with the rod and struck the waters in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh and his servants. Then all the waters in the river were turned to blood. The fish in the river died, the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink water from the river. So there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Then the sorcerers of Egypt did the same with their sorceries, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Then the sorcerers of Egypt did the same with their sorceries, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not heed them, as the Lord said. Pharaoh then turned and went to his house. Neither was his heart moved by this. So all the Egyptians dug around the river for water to drink, because they could not drink the water from the river. Then 7 days passed after the Lord struck the river. Interesting. The plague of frogs. Because this thing, then the sorcerers... So there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Then the sorcerers of Egypt did the same with their sorceries. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He did not heed them, as the Lord said. You know? Some sorcery going on here, boys. Now the Lord spoke to Moses. Go to Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go to serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite your territory with frogs. You know? So the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, into your bedroom, on your bed, into the houses of your servants, on your people, into your ovens, and onto your kneading bowls. The frog shall come up on you, your people, and all your servants. You know what I'm saying? We got Pepe out here. Moses is like, yo, let my people go. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of Pepes. We're going to find Pepes everywhere. Pepe's going to be out in the field. Pepe's going to be in your oven. Pepe's going to be in your servant's house. Pepe's going to be all over the place. And Pepe's going to be strapped, right? This ain't the no friendly Pepe where he's just chilling, having his coffee and all this stuff. This is Pepe with the balaclava and the AK. You know what I mean? What can I tell you, boy? What can I tell you? Because if this was me, like already at this point, all right, we had we just have the plague of water turn into blood, and we have the plague of the frogs. Like, even if this wasn't like no divine like sorcery or anything like that going on, like, as the Pharaoh should be able to rationalize, or no, let me rephrase that. As one would be able to rationalize, but in Pharaoh's case, his heart has been hardened. He's stubborn and he's unwilling to listen to reason. This dude, Moses, has basically said, listen, let my people go or bad things are going to happen. One of these things is the rivers are going to turn to blood, meaning I've wiped out your water supply. That already should be like, maybe I should listen to this dude. You know, a reasonable person would be like, okay, you know what? Fuck with the water supply. We're not even able to get fresh water anymore. I'm gonna let the people go. Then he says, I'm gonna make it rain Pepe. And so it rains Pepe. At that point, you'd be like, okay, this dude has some gnarly powers here. Maybe I should listen to him. But again, doesn't do it, you know? Pharaoh was God embodiment, real God, check yourself. Exactly, and this is the whole thing of like the tyrant's mentality. Like, these people genuinely think that they're God. And this is why like their argumentation defaults down to because I said so. Now think about, let's use some modern examples. My body, my choice. That is the equivalent of saying, because I said so. And is it no surprise? Read Rachel Wilson's Occult Feminism. These bitches think that they're God. Another one. I was born this way. Again, is because I said so. Being gay is a choice. That might be the unpopular thing to say and all this kind of shit, but there's no such thing as I was born this way. That is just the reason why they phrase the argument that way. Well, it's not really an argument. It's just because the reason why they phrase the tyranny that way, because if you look into queer ideology, what's coming next is this minor attracted people, pedophiles. And they've already laid the foundation for, well, if a gay person was born this way and we should respect that and all this bollocks, even though it's just tyranny, then you have to respect the pedophiles because they were born that way as well. See how that works? And this stuff is like planned out decades in advance. And here's how we're going to slow roll it. It's like the frogs in the pot, you know? Exactly, Redact. Exactly. You know what I mean? And like there's plenty of other arguments. Well, not even arguments, like slogans that they use. Where when you kind of rationalize it out, it's because I said so. These motherfuckers are tyrants. They're unreasonable by definition. You know? Why I keep trying to tell people. You like with the likes of like Andrew Wilson, Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, you look at like their arguments and their like their counter arguments and all this kind of stuff. It's all based on reason. These are men of God. These are men of reason. You know? And as we're seeing in the stories here, the unreasonable people, they don't tend to last that long. Even if they're as powerful, quote unquote, as the Pharaoh of Egypt. Eventually they succumb. Only reason will prevail. Let's get to it. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses. Say to Aaron your brother, stretch out your hand with your rod over the rivers, the canals, and the pools, and cause frogs to come up on the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. Then the sorcerers did the same with their sorceries and brought up frogs on the land of Egypt. Are the sorcerers like, are they on board with this, or what's going on? Pharaoh then called for Moses and Aaron and said, pray to the Lord for me and let him take away the frogs from me and my people. And I will let the people go and sacrifice to their Lord. Moses replied to Pharaoh, appoint me a time when I shall pray for you, your servants, and for your people to make the frogs disappear from you, your people, and your houses. Only in the river they will remain. So Pharaoh said, tomorrow. Moses then said, let it be according to your word, that you may know this is none other than the Lord. Now the frogs shall depart from you, your houses, your servants, and your people. They shall remain in the river only. Then Moses and Aaron departed from the Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the Lord about the time he had agreed to, concerning the frogs he had brought against Pharaoh. So the Lord did just as Moses said, and the frogs died away from the houses, the villages, and the fields. Then they gathered themselves in heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw there was relief, his heart was hardened, and he did not heed them, as the Lord said. Little bastard. You know, I'll bow down, all this kind of stuff, and then goes back on his word. This way you don't break promises, gentlemen. And you make sure you don't make promises you can't keep. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your rod and strike the dust of the land, that it may become lice on men, on four-footed animals, and throughout all the land of Egypt. Thus Aaron stretched out his hand with the rod and struck the dust of the earth, and it became lice on man and four-footed animals, and there were lice in all the dust of the land. Now the sorcerers so worked with their sorceries to bring forth lice, but they could not, and there were lice on man and four-footed animals. Then the sorcerer said to the Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not heed them, as the Lord said. So he's now ignoring his own sorcerers. This whole the ego is your own worst enemy, gentlemen. It is your own. It is poison. There is no greater enemy than your own ego. Again, the Lord said to Moses, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh as he goes to the water. Then say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go serve me in the desert. Or else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send the dog fly on you and your servants, and on your people and into your houses. The houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with the dog fly, and also the ground on which they stand. Now on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no dog fly be there. And you may know I am the Lord of all earth, of all the earth. I will make a difference between my people and your people. Tomorrow this shall be a sign of the land, a sign in the land. So the Lord did thus, and the dog fly came in abundance into the houses of Pharaoh and into the servants' houses and into all the land of Egypt, and the land was destroyed by the dog fly. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, go, sacrifice to your God in the land. But Moses said, it is not right to do so, for we would be sacrificing the abomination of the Egyptians to our Lord our God. If we should sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, they would stone us. We will go 3 days journey into the desert and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he said to us. Pharaoh then said, I will send you away, and you shall sacrifice to your Lord your God in the desert. Only you shall not go very far away, and then pray for me to the Lord. Then Moses said, indeed, I will go out from you and pray to God, and tomorrow the dog fly will depart from you, and from your servants and your people. But let Pharaoh not deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go sacrifice to the Lord. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to God. Thus the Lord did as Moses said, and removed the dog fly from Pharaoh, his servants, and his people. Not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also. Neither would he let the people go. And this is the thing. Moses is like, listen, all this bad stuff's going to happen. Let my people go. And Pharaoh's like, nah, it's not going to happen. And then it happens. And then he goes to Moses. Moses is like, listen, let my people go. And the Pharaoh's like, okay, maybe. Can you get rid of these problems? Moses says, okay, let us go out. Pray to God. And the bad things stop happening. And the Pharaoh's like, the bad things stopped. I'm not going to let the people go. Unbelievable. Radak says they want an abortion because they haven't even got the energy to indoctrinate the current population. Now, they just want to ruin society. You know? Well, I do think you have a point in terms of like, because like reason is being revealed again. Like these, like I kind of saying, like my body, my choice. It does not stand to reason. It's literally tyranny. It's the opposite of reason. You know? And I think because that's making a resurgence, that's why it's exposing their tyranny essentially. And tyranny, like as we're saying right now, tyranny doesn't last too long, you know? God gave the Pharaoh outs at every turn. 100%. 100%. And each time the Pharaoh goes against it. Imagine the Pharaoh's literal war room on God. Someone saying, this undermines your power, folks. Are not taking you serious. These are timeless stories for a reason. 100% you're right. Okay, you can begin. I'm here now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Picasso. I would argue they were experiencing a nearby volcano, which caused most of the plagues, and that Moses, being a smart dude, used it to his advantage. Here's the counter. Here's the counter, Picasso. How was Moses able to make it stop? Because I've heard this argument, like a lot of atheists was like, oh no, like Moses was able to tell, there was going to be a nearby tornado that was going to sweep out all the frogs, and then it's going to start raining frogs and all this kind of stuff. But how did Moses get rid of the frogs? it's not about just bringing the plagues and all this kind of stuff. It's about being able to make it stop as well, which no atheist is able to explain. Well, folks, I'm going to go on a quick grift break. So I need to go to the bathroom, refill my cup, you know, as they say, get some more waters, all this kind of stuff. So now is the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen, to get the donations going. We're $40 away from opening the panel. So if you want to open the panel, make sure you get her done, as they say. So until then, enjoy the bit of grift music, folks.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terryak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole. In a neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terryak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terryak leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the
but nothing in green. Got a rainbow for a May and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leapy Grift 6 9. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me pot.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. So let me take the thingamabob down. We're back. And we're back. Let me catch up with chat. Guy says he didn't. He just seemed like it. No, why would the Pharaoh say, oh, no, like if you make a stop and all this kind of stuff and then basically go back on his word? You know what I mean? Don't make no motherfucking sense. Interesting fact, the magicians were able to recreate every one of the plagues except the newborns. No. Where is it? Plagues of the flies. Where was it? Um, we just read it as well. Where is it? Yeah, so now the sorcerers so worked with their sorceries to bring forth lice, but they could not. So that was the plague of lice, and then the plague of flies. I don't think it even mentions the sorcerers. So two of them, they weren't able to replicate. So two of the plagues they were unable to replicate, and then obviously there's the newborns as well. Also, atheists and morons agree with that. Pretty based. Yeah, that's why they wrote the stories down and died protecting them for sure. But like, yeah, like these stories have existed for thousands of years. They've done so for a reason. No, the magicians couldn't. That's why the Pharaoh brought Moses before him. Wrong, go read it. Right there. Plagues of lies. Now the sorcerers so worked. With their sorceries to bring forth lice, but they could not. And there was lice on man and four-footed animals. So they weren't able to do the lice. They were able to do the frogs. They weren't able to do the lice, nor were they able to do the flies. Pharaoh told them if they couldn't explain it, then he would kill them. Weren't able to explain it, baby. Things like nature escalated to the point no man could do these things. Good point. On the last one, he didn't bother. He was so upset. Then he released them. Then he got pissed off and chased them. Spoilers, Picasso. I'm just pointing out. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but you were wrong about the sorcerers. They weren't able to explain the lice, nor were they able to explain the flies. What else has fire at night and smoke during the day that throws rocks out of the sky? Volcano much? No, my petit chéri. Look into the files that Donald Trump is releasing, or the Department of War is releasing. That's my 2 cents on it, you know? Lake of fire? Could it be lava? Okay. Oh, volcano argument. Okay, so Moses predicted it. But the volcano argument does not stand to merit because how was he able to switch it off? You know? I don't think he predicted it. I think he came Egypt from the desert where it already was happening, so he had already probably seen what was happening. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Then he led them there when he freed them. Another thing, it wasn't a lake of fire. It was a lake of blood, and it stank. It's at least where a river turns to blood, and the river wouldn't turn to blood. It would Like the river wouldn't turn red. Like the only reason why the lava is, and the lava's not even red per se. It's like a mix of like from white to yellow to red kind of thing. And as soon as the lava hits water, it basically goes to black. I mean, Terry forgot his bookmark. Hey, what can I say? Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. Okay, I see it now. So Moses is just imaginary. Teriak reading names and mothers and brothers. Just some guy 2,000 years ago making it up. Moses just a con man. I'd be highly skeptical. You know, that this kind of stuff is just it's just a con job, bro. Like and again like that thing of like when it might have been a natural event and Moses just tried to capitalize off like this natural event occurring, all this stuff. How was he able to switch it off? You know? You're just behind, I agree with you, lice, 100%, baby. And then the flies, and then we'll see with the plague of diseased cattle as well. Do you know what I mean by it? Do you know what I mean? So one sec, let me reset the goal before we take off again. So we can keep on track, as they say. I might have to reduce it down to 1 hour. I don't have the biggest bladder of all time. You know what I'm saying, boys? You know what I'm saying? But let's continue. Let's continue. Now the Lord said to Moses, go to Pharaoh, and you shall say to him, thus says the Lord God of the Hebrews, let my people go, so they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, and still hold them, behold, the hand of the Lord will be on your cattle in the fields, on the horses, the donkeys, the camels, the oxen, and the sheep. A very severe pestilence. Then I will make a clear distinction between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt. So nothing shall die of all that belongs to the children of Israel. Then God appointed a set time, saying, tomorrow the Lord will do this thing in the land. The Lord did this thing on the next day, and all the cattle of the Egyptians died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel, not one died. Then Pharaoh sent, and indeed not even one among the cattle of the Israelites was dead. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. That's stubbornness, man. That ego. You know? The plague of the boils. So again, the plague of the diseased cattle, the pestilence of the cattle, sorcerers weren't able to do anything with that. The plague of the boils. So the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take for yourselves handfuls of ashes from a furnace, and let Moses scatter toward heaven in the sight of Pharaoh, and let it become dust in all the land of Egypt. And it will cause boils to break out in sores on man and breast throughout all the land of Egypt. So he took the ashes from the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses scattered them towards heaven. And they caused boils to break out in all sores on man and beast. Now the sorcerers could not stand before Moses because of the sores, for the sores were on the sorcerers and in all the land of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not heed them, as the Lord says to Moses. So even with the boils, they were like, bruh, we can't explain this stuff, you know? Plague of hail. Then the Lord said to Moses, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh, and say to him, thus says the Lord God of the Hebrews, let my people go, so they may serve me. For at this time I will send my plagues into your very heart, and on your servants and your people, that you may know there is not another such as I in all the earth. For now I will stretch forth my hand and smite you and kill your people, and you will be cut off from the earth. But for this very reason you were preserved, that I might display in you my strength, and that my name might be declared in all earth. As yet you exalt yourself against my people, in that you will not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause very heavy hail to rain down. Such has not been in Egypt since the founding until now. Therefore hurry now and gather your cattle and all you have in the fields, For hail shall come down on every man and animal found in the fields, and whatever is not brought home shall die. Thus he who feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh gathered his cattle into the houses. But he who did not regard the word of the Lord left his servants and the cattle in the field. Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, and there shall be hail in all the land of Egypt, both on man and cattle, and on every herb of the field, throughout the land of Egypt. So Moses stretched out his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire darted to the ground. Thus the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. This hail and the fire mingled with it, this hail and the fire mingled with it were so very heavy that there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. And throughout the whole land of Egypt, it struck both man and cattle and every herb on the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there were no hail. Then Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said to them, I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and my people and I are ungodly. Therefore pray for me to the Lord, and let him cause the thunderings of God to cease, and the hail and fire, for I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer. So Moses said to him, As soon as I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands to the Lord. The thunder will cease, and there will be no more hail and rain, that you may know the earth is the Lord's. But as for you and your servants, I know you will not yet fear the Lord. Now the flax and the barley were struck, for the barley was ripe and the flax was beginning to seed. But as for the wheat and the rye, they were not struck, for they were late crops. So Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread his hands to the Lord. Then the thunder and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured on the earth. Thus, when Pharaoh saw the rain, the hail, and the thunder ceased, he sinned yet more, and he hardened his heart and the heart of his servants. So the heart of Pharaoh was hardened. Neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord said to Moses. We got Blueberry. Welcome in, Blueberry. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Mad cow disease. But how is he predicting it? You know? Right? But God hardened Pharaoh's heart. And that's why I keep saying, like, in terms of your own worst enemy, your greatest enemy is your own ego. Stubbornness, pride cometh before the fall. This is why reason is such a powerful thing. You know what I mean? God going hardball, not pulling punches anymore. Bro, we're only getting to the locust now, but telling you, man, even worse is to come. AKA volcano. So then how did he make it stop? And where is this volcano? In the Middle East, apparently. Is there even a volcano? That's my question. Hail causing fire, give you volcano. Global warming? Unbelievable. The globalists. Back in the day, the globalists. Trying to push their global warming agenda. Greta Thunberg, you know. Saying to the Pharaoh. You know. Global warming. She was one of the sorceress bitches. Global warming, I'm telling you, it's environmentalism. Don't be listening to Moses. How dare you? Go straight. Thank you very much, Pain Zombie. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Bible read works. 100%. 100%. No, Pompeii the closest, but time doesn't match. True that. True that. Plague of the locusts. Now the Lord said to Moses, go in to Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that these signs may come upon them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your children and your children's children, in how many things I mocked the Egyptians, and my wonders I wrought among them, and you shall know I am the Lord. So Moses and Aaron came in to Pharaoh and said to him, thus says the Lord God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go so they may serve me. Or else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring an abundance of locusts into your territory, and they shall cover the face of the earth. So no one will be able to see the earth, and they shall eat the residue of what's left in the land's abundance, which remains to you from the hail, as they shall eat every tree which grows upon for you off the field. That they shall fill your houses, the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither your fathers nor their forefathers saw, since the day that they were on the earth to this day. So Moses turned and went out from Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh's servants said to him, how long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go so they may serve their God. Do you not yet know Egypt is destroyed? So Moses and Aaron were brought again to Pharaoh, and he said to them, go, serve your Lord God, but who are the ones going? Moses replied, we will go with our young and our old, with our sons and daughters, with our sheep and oxen, for we must hold a feast to the Lord. Then he said to them, let the Lord be with you when I let you and your little ones go, but not your belongings, for evil lies before you. Not so, but let the men go and serve the God, for that is what you desired. Then they were driven from the Pharaoh's presence. When the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt, and let the locusts come upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb in the land, everything the hail left. So Moses stretched out his rod toward heaven, and the Lord brought a south wind on the land all day and night, all that day and night. When it was morning, the south wind brought the locusts, and the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in very great abundance on all the territory of Egypt. Previously there was no such locusts as they, nor shall there be such after them. For they covered the face of the land, and the land was wasted. They ate every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees left by the hail. There remained nothing green in on the trees or on the plants, the field throughout all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Now, therefore, pardon my sin yet this time, and pray to the Lord your God that he take away from me this death. So Moses went out from the Pharaoh and prayed to God. Then the Lord brought in from the opposite direction a strong wind from the sea, which took the locusts away and blew them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the territory of Egypt, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the children of Israel go. The plague of darkness. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward the heaven, and let there be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness that may be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was thick darkness in all the land of Egypt for 3 days. And again, 3 days being a key imagery here. No one saw his brother for 3 days, nor anyone rise from his bed for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. Then Pharaoh called to Moses and said, go serve the Lord your God. Only let your sheep and oxen be kept back. Let your belongings also go with you. Moses said, no, You must give us whole burnt offerings and the sacrifices that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Thus our cattle shall go with us, not a hoof shall be left behind, for we must for we must take some of them to serve the Lord our God, and even we do not know in what manner we shall serve the Lord our God until we arrive there. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. Then Pharaoh said to him, Depart from me, take heed yourself that you see my face no more. For in the day you see my face, you shall die. So Moses said, You have spoken well. I will never see your face again. The death of the firstborn announced. Before we get into that, let's catch up and chat real quick. Where was it? Probably why it's a desert now. What you mean, Picasso? Like, think about it. Like, if a volcano exploded and there was like lava, like running wild and all this kind of stuff, like it would be all black and shit. You know what I mean? Don't make no sense. And there'd also be people being wiped out and all, like you've seen in Pompeii. You know? Just saying the sand covered it up isn't good. Exactly. You know? Middle East, the plagues occurred prior to the Middle East. It was pre-Exodus, and they were still in Egypt. The African continent. Yeah, like I said, like I was a bit off there because I was talking about Israel, but like just even in that region between like, you know, Northeast Africa and the Middle East, there ain't a volcano. At least that I know of, you know? And it is a good point as well where it's like it wasn't desert at the time, you know? Well, another thing as well is when you see this stuff being said about, and then you look at like what Egypt's like right now, where it's just like covered in sand and it's a wasteland essentially. You know what I mean? It kind of lends credence to what Moses has been saying, you know? What's crazy is locusts are just regular grasshoppers, but something in nature triggers them to change into a swarm. The hive mentality, maybe? Volcano. Oh, the volcano was there, but then it was covered up with sand. But where did the sand come from? You know? Correct, it was the Nile Delta, which was a paradise at that time. Yep. Living in America. You know, paradise, land of paradise, baby. Death of the firstborn announced. Now the Lord said to Moses, I will bring yet one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. Afterward, we will let you go from there. When he lets you go, he will surely drive you out of here. Speak now secretly in the hearing of the people, and let everyone ask from his neighbor articles of silver and gold and clothing. The Lord gave the people grace in the sight of the Egyptians, and they lent to them. Moreover, the man Moses was very great before the Egyptians and before Pharaoh and all his servants. Then Moses said to Pharaoh, Thus says the Lord, about midnight I will go into the midst of Egypt, and all the new firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of the Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the female servant behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. Then there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as was not like it there before, nor shall it be like it again. But against not even one of the descendants of Israel, be it man or cattle, shall a dog snarl its tongue, that you may know the Lord shall make a wide distinction between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these your servants shall come down to me, bow down to me, saying, Go from here, and all the people who follow you. After that I will go out. Then he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. But the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not heed you, that I may multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. So Moses and Aaron did all these signs and wonders in the land of Egypt before Pharaoh. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the children of Israel depart from the land of Egypt. Down you boys. This is where it gets you. Gets you into, what would be the word? It leads you to ruin, essentially. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Ivan. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Briar says, not an expert, but the Himalayas rising created the Sahara. Changed weather patterns 20,000 years ago. A timeline, you know? Unless this is like 20,000 years ago when this is all going down. But if it was 20,000 years ago, then these stories are much older than we thought. Ergo, one would have to say it's even more impressive that these stories have lasted for 20,000 years. You know? Food for thought. Passover. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be your beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, On the 10th day of this month, every man shall take for himself a lamb according to the family households, a lamb for each home. If there be too few in a household, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of souls. He will make his count in lambs according to the needs of each one. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it from the sheep or the kids. Then you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it at twilight. Then they shall take some of the blood and put on the two doorposts and on the lintel of the house where they eat it. They shall eat the flesh on that night, roasted in fire with unleavened bread. I think it's like flat bread and bitter herbs. They shall eat it. They shall not eat it raw nor boiled at all with water, but roasted in fire. Its head with its legs and its entrails. You shall let none of it remain until morning, nor shall you break a bone of it. And what remains of it until morning you shall burn with fire. Thus you shall eat it. With a belt on your waist, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand, you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Pascha, for I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and will strike the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute vengeance. I am the Lord. Now the blood shall be a sign for you on your houses where you are. When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. You shall keep it as a feast. You shall keep as a feast by an everlasting ordinance. Okay, this section's grayed out. Christ our Passover. One sec. Let me catch up in chat first. El Picasso says it wasn't a desert because the volcano hadn't happened yet. Yeah, but if it was 20,000 years ago, then the volcano would have already happened. No? No, the desert at least 20,000 years old, not the Bible. So this was like even before then. You know? And Blueberry Street for the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you kindly. We're up to $12. We only need 38 to open the panel. Kaz says, all volcano you. Why I oughta. Christ our Passover. Passover, the central rite and symbol of Judaism, is based on the experience of the liberation of the Hebrew people from bondage. Okay, I think this is like an explanation. Or an Orthodox explanation that's going on here. And this is why we do the Orthodox Study Bible, because we get this extra information. From the Hebrew Bible, from the bondage in Egypt. It is called Passover for both the Lord passed over the homes of the Hebrews, sparing them from the death that came to the firstborn in Egypt, and because the Hebrews passed over the Red Sea as if it were dry land. Passover celebrates God's steadfast love and devotion to his people and their freedom in him. Throughout the rest of the Old Testament, Passover preeminently signifies God's rescue and foraging together of his chosen people, Israel. The Lord repeatedly brings this event to mind as he encourages and exhorts his people to return to their provincial responsibilities. And there's multiple quotes here. Through his saving work, Christ becomes our Passover, Pasach in Greek. Though him we experience liberation from sin, death, and the devil. St. Paul exclaims, Christ, our Passover, was sacrificed for us. Therefore, let us keep the feast. He is the Paschal Lamb who gave himself up in sacrifice once and for all to reconcile us with God at every Pasach. Easter, the church sings. Today, a sacred Pasach is revealed to us, a new and holy Pascha, a mystical Pascha, a Pascha worthy of veneration, a Pascha which is Christ the Redeemer. In many typological details, the Passover of the Jews clearly points towards Christ as our Passover. Passover lamb whose blood is smeared by the Hebrews on their doorposts in the sign of the cross was male without blemish. Jesus was a male without blemish who died on the cross. The blood of the Passover lamb saved the firstborn of the Hebrews from death. Blood Christ saves all those believing in him from eternal death. Passover lamb was none of its bones broken. Jesus also had no bones broken as he was sacrificed. The Hebrews escaped from the burden of slavery in Egypt by passing through the Red Sea. Christians passed from Egypt from the burden of sin, being set free and saved through the waters of holy baptism. For in the waters of baptism, we are baptized into his death, crucified with him, and raised up in the likeness of his resurrection to walk in the newness of life. John Chrysostom marvels at the power of Christ's blood. In the type of it had such great power in the midst of Egypt, when smeared on the doorposts, much like the reality. If death was so shuddered in the at the shadow, tell me how would it not have dreaded the very reality? This blood is the salvation of our souls. By it the soul is washed and made beautiful and more gleaming than gold. And more gleaming than gold. Sustained and strengthened by the blood of Christ, our Passover, we resume daily our journey to the eternal promised land, the promised kingdom to come. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall remove leaven from your houses. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the seventh day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and on the seventh day there shall be a holy convocation for you. No servile work shall be done on them, and whatever must be done by each soul, this only shall be done by you. So you shall keep this commandment, for on this same day I will bring your army out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as an everlasting ordinance. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. For 7 days no leaven shall be found in your houses, since whoever eats what is leavened, that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is a stranger or a native of the land. You shall eat nothing leavened in all your dwellings. You shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, Go and take a lamb for yourselves according to your families and sacrifice the Pasachah. Then you shall take a bunch of hyssop, dip it in the blood of the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood of the basin. But none of you shall go out from the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will pass through and strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass by the door and not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to strike you. Now you shall observe this thing as an ordinance for you and your children forever. So if you enter the land the Lord shall give you, he has promised, you shall keep his service. Thus it shall be, when your children say to you, What does this service mean? That you will say, This is the Pasachal sacrifice of the Lord, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he struck the Egyptians and delivered our households. So the people bowed down and worshipped. Then the children of Israel went away and did as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron as they did. Plague of the death of the firstborn. Now it came to pass at midnight that the Lord struck all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captive women in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the cattle. So Pharaoh rose the night, he, all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great city in all the land of Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. Then he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, Rise, go out from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve the Lord, you said. Take also your sheep and oxen and go, and bless me as well. The Egyptians also urged the people so as to send them out from the land in haste. For they said, We shall all be dead. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, having their kneading bowls bound up in their clothes on their shoulders. Thus the children of Israel did as Moses commanded them, as they asked from the Egyptians articles of silver, gold, and clothing. Now the Lord gave the people the grace in the sight of the Egyptians who lent to them. Thus they plundered the Egyptians. The Exodus. Then the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 men on foot, besides their belongings. A mixed multitude also went up with them along the sheep, oxen, and a great deal of cattle. Then they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because the Egyptians drove them out, and they could not remain, nor had they prepared for themselves provisions for the journey. Now the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Egypt and in the land of Canaan was 430 years. Then it came to pass the end of 430 years that the entire army of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt by night. It is a night of vigil to the Lord for bringing them out of the land of Egypt, that this night of vigil to the Lord for all the children of Israel throughout their generations. Pasachal regulations. Now the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, this is the law of Pasachah. No foreigner shall eat it, but every man's servant brought with money, when you circumcise him, when he may eat it, a sojourner and a hired servant shall not eat it. In one house it shall be eaten. You shall not carry any of the flesh outside the house, nor shall you break one of its bones. All the congregation of the children of Israel shall keep it. But when a stranger dwells with you, and he wants to keep the Lord's Pasachah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and sacrifice it, and he shall be a native of the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat it. One law shall be for the native born, and one for the stranger who dwells amongst you. Thus all the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. So it came to pass on that day, on that very same day, that the Lord brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt with their army. Sanctification of the firstborn. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, sanctify. One second, me catch up in chat. I didn't realize that was a new chapter. Sanctification is a beautiful word. Let us look the meaning up first. Sanctification. Sanctification refers to the state or process of being made holy, consecrated, and set apart for a sacred purpose. Derived from the Latin sanctificatio, sanctificatio. The word literally translates to making holy. In broader context, it can also mean treating something or someone as sacred and impossible to criticize. Sanctification. Per favore. You know? Next to Burning Man, that is. Not sure what you mean here, Picasso. Let me know. Jariah says, the too long didn't read disclaimer. TLDR, baby. Oh no, this is a priest saying this is how it relates to Jesus. Yeah, like that's what I was saying in terms of the grayed out part, meaning like it's like this is not the actual like scripture part. This is like just to let you know, you know. No yeast or you die. But what's the explanation for this, Picasso? Was this a volcano? And if it was a volcano, why did it spare the Jews but not the Egyptians? Don't worry. I'll wait. I'm rolling a smoke. You know? Seems reasonable. So Sunday, Friday, Saturday, like a calendar invented by Romans, it's kind of confusing. The Sabbath is Saturday. And where we even get the name Saturday comes from Saturn. Saturnalius. You know? Pretty sure it relates to the Greeks as well. Sunday as well, where we get the name Sun. Sunday is the first day for the Hebrews, I'm pretty sure. And in my estimation, I think Enoch's calendar is a better calendar than what we have in modern day. Yeah, I said it. You know what I mean? Because there's none of this like every 4 years we whack on a day and then every, set thing pass from that, you know? Because in Enoch's, it's like every 28 years you add on a week. And other than that, it's just like 52 weeks in the year. And you divide the 52 by 4. You know what I mean? 13 weeks to each season. It's just a lot more straightforward, you know. And then you have like the 13 weeks in a season, you know. Mad crack, you know what I mean? Saturday is the Sabbath. Correct. Including leap years, Saturday kind of subjective. Not if you have Enoch's calendar. In Enoch's calendar, the year actually makes sense. It makes a lot more sense. You need a lot of gold to make a huge amplifier. Don't think they were doing in Burning Man. Don't think they were having a gig. You know what I'm saying? Pretty sure they mean they needed it for trade. Stuff like that. Barter and whatnot. But when you think about it, right? It was a very crafty thing. Where if you know that you're hightailing it out of the city, you'd be a fool not to say, listen, I need to take out a loan and then just disappear. Hashtag free money, you know? How else could he holler from the top of a volcano over the rumbling? You need to stop. You need to stop with volcanoes, bro. I think you have an obsession with volcanoes, Picasso. You know? Like, Picasso's just listening to this guy, like, singing, burn, baby, burn, disco inferno, burn, baby, burn, you know? They used to bite the skin off circumcised. No, they used the sharp rock. Are you not listening? We literally read it a couple of paragraphs ago. It was like Mike Tyson versus Holyfield. Unbelievable. No yeast because they were fighting a venereal disease. No, the reason why you wouldn't want to put yeast in it is because then you have to wait for the bread to rise. And as we've seen, they didn't have much time to get the fuck out of town. You know? So fuck the yeast. And that's why we have flatbread. You know? Leprechaun hoard gold. They don't use it. Not gonna lie, a lot of similarities here between the Irish and the Jews. I'm just saying. You know? Got El Pepe here with his brogues. Little dicky bow. Nice little hat there by, you know? Speaking of gold, you know what I'm saying? Big part of it. Feel free, please. Feel free to support the show. If you're enjoying this show, don't know what you heard, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
You know what I'm saying? We need to fill the pot of gold, as they say. You know? We're only $38 away from opening the panel up. They were not big on pizza. Is there yeast on pizza? Suppose there is. The crust rises. You know? We got Blueberry saying they enjoyed the show. Appreciate you. But as we were saying, the sanctification of the firstborn. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, sanctify to me all the firstborn and the first begotten. Whatever opens the womb among the children of Israel, both men and cattle, it is mine. The feast of the unleavened bread. Then Moses said to the people, remember this day in which you went out from the land of Egypt, out of the house of the bondage, for by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. No leavened bread shall be eaten. On this day you are going out in the month of new grains, and it shall be when the Lord your God brings you into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Hivites, the Girgasites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to the land. feast of the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and no leavened bread shall be seen among you, nor shall leaven be seen among you in all your regions. Then you shall tell your son in that day, saying, This is done because of what the Lord my God did for me when I came up from Egypt. It shall be a sign to you on your hand, and as a memorial before your eyes, that the Lord's law may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand the Lord God brought you out of Egypt. You shall therefore keep this law according to the times of the seasons from year to year. This is going to be an annual festival, tradition of the firstborn. Then it shall be when the Lord your God brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to your fathers, and gives it to you, that you shall set apart to the Lord all that open the womb, that is, every male, everything that opens the womb from the herds or among your cattle, as many as you shall have, you shall sanctify the males to the Lord. But every offspring that opens the womb of a donkey you shall exchange for a sheep. But if you will not exchange it, you shall redeem it. And every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. So it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say to him, With a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thus it came to pass, when Pharaoh was stubborn and about letting us go, that the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of cattle. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all males that open the womb. But all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall be as a sign on your land and immovable before your eyes. For with a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. Interesting. So it's kind of like this whole thing of like ritual. And ritual is an important thing because by doing the ritual, it kind of sticks in memory. So I think about like the whole thing of like, if you really want to remember something, you know what I mean? Write it out. Commit it to memory. Like think back to when you were in school and you got like the lines. You have to like write the same thing out many, many times. That itself is like a ritual. Keeps it in your mind. You know? Pillar of cloud, pillar of fire. Thus, when the Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them by way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For God said, Lest perhaps the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt. So God led the people around by way of the desert to the Red Sea, and in the 5th generation of children of Israel went up from the land of Egypt. Now Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had placed the children of Israel under the solemn oath, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here with you. So they took their journey from Succoth and camped in Etham by the desert. Moreover, God led them by day in a pillar of cloud to show them the way, and by night a pillar of fire. Thus the pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night did not depart from before all the people. And this is the whole thing of like the files that we see currently being disclosed by the Donald Trump administration, that these like flying objects at night, it appears as though it's a pillar of light. In day, it's like this. It's kind of like a fiery thing, you know. So just think about like the imagery that we see. You know, if that technology existed way back when, and again, this is a hypothetical. I could be wrong. This is all speculation, etc., etc. When you look at like the megalithic structures that we see, it would explain how they were able to be created. I'm just saying. because a megalithic stone is damn near impossible to be lifted, especially by hand, you know? But let's catch up with chat. Sourdough pizza dough is the bomb. Let me double check. Is sourdough flatbread? Yeah, it is. Because, again, as a carnivore, I just stay away from bread in general. But maybe there's something to the yeast. Like, why are you putting yeast in the bread? Why do you want the bread to rise? You know, it almost seems like a way to kind of seem as though it's more plentiful than it actually is. You know? Oh yeah, mostly unless it's thin crust. I prefer thin crust. That was the thing I always like. I prefer like the New York style pizza rather than the deep dish pizza. You know? I'm even poorer in funds than spirituality. Sorry, it was a low bar to begin with. It is what it is. If you can't give, you can't give. You can't get blood out of a stone, you know? Sounds a bit redundant. What's redundant, Picasso? Repetition make knowledge stick, no matter how thick a skull is. Yeah, that's true. But then even in terms of like the ritual itself, like it's set up in a way that it's like you're going to remember the things that you're doing. The ritual is going to... It's almost kind of like the whole like memory palace thing, you know? If the Egyptians would have been carrying boogie boards, they wouldn't have been killed by the Red Sea. If only they had boogie boards back in those days. They used drums. Interesting. Not sure what you mean by drums, though. Can also use just a stick. Sorry, grew up with nuns, my poor knuckles. It is what it is. It is what it is. And they poured the granite into limestone forms. But then, like, they're able to, like, liquefy granite. It's like one of the most, like, hardest rock there is. And then why would they leave the megalithic structures in the valley where they got them? Don't make no sense. We're crossing the Red Sea, boys. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel that they turn and camp at the village between Migdol and the sea, opposite Baal Zephon. So you shall camp before them by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, they are wandering in the land. The desert has closed them in. Then I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them. And I will be glorified in Pharaoh and all over his army, for the Egyptians may know I am the Lord. So they did. Now it was told the king of the Egyptians that the people had fled, and the heart of the Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said, why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? So he made ready his chariot and took his people with him. Also, he took 600 choice chariots and all the chariots of Egypt with the captains over every one of them. Thus the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his servants, and he pursued the children of Israel, and the children of Israel went out with a high hand. So the Egyptians pursued them, all the cavalry and chariots of Pharaoh, his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them by camping the village opposite Baal Zephon. Now when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. So they were very afraid. And the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. Then they said to Moses, because there were no graves in Egypt, have you taken us away to die in the desert? Why have you so dealt with us to bring us up out of Egypt? Is this not the word we told you in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it is better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert. I would disagree. I'd rather die a man than die a slave. When Moses said to his people, be of good courage, stand still and see the Lord's salvation, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. Then the Lord said to Moses, why do you cry to me? Tell the children of Israel to go forward. Now lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And let the children of Israel go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. I indeed will harden Pharaoh's heart and all the Egyptians, and they will go in after them. So I will be glorified in Pharaoh and over all his army, his chariots and his horses. Then the Egyptians will know I am the Lord, when I am glorified upon Pharaoh, his chariots and his horses. Now the angel of God who went before the camp of Israel moved and went behind them. And the pillar of cloud also went from before them and stood behind them. So it came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel, and the night passed. But there was such darkness and blackness, they did not come near one another all that night. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea and over the Lord, and the Lord carried back the sea by a strong south wind, and all that night, and made the sea dry ground. Thus the waters were divided. So the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea on the dry ground, and the waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Then the Egyptians pursued and went after them into the midst of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen. Now it came to pass in the morning watch, the Lord looked down upon the army of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and cloud, and he troubled the army of the Egyptians. He bound the axles of their chariot wheels and caused them to proceed with difficulty. And the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel. The Lord fights for them against the Egyptians. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the sea, so the waters may come back upon the Egyptians, on their chariots and their riders. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and when the morning appeared, the sea returned to its full depth, while the Egyptians were trying to flee. But the Lord shook off the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. Then the waters returned and covered the chariots, the horsemen, and all the Pharaoh's army that came into the sea after them. Not so much as one of them remained. But the children of Israel walked on dry ground in the midst of the sea. The waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. So the Lord saved Israel that day from the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. Thus Israel saw the Lord's mighty hand and the things he did to the Egyptians. Therefore the people feared the Lord and believed God and his servant Moses. The Song of Moses. Now Moses, we'll get into that once we catch up on chat. Picasso says, it's melt at about 1200 degrees, but with the volcano, then they just move it from there. Unbelievable. 5,000-year-old concrete is all that is. Don't make no sense. Because how do you, like, even to be able to liquefy granite, concrete. Like, we know it's not concrete. No, you don't have to liquefy granite. Decomposed granite mixed with lime is an amazing substrate. It's still used today. What's the name of it? I don't remember the name of the place. Peru. I think it's Peru. Peru. Yeah. So each one of these rocks, yeah. And like, give an example. Like, if you were to stand right next to it, you'd be like a small little like midget. Like, you'd be like basically a dot on this picture. Like, this is in Peru specifically. So how are you able to lift one of those stones? And if it was like poured, like, how do you prevent it from mixing with one? Like, you'd have to basically, let's say this bottom one in the bottom right here, you have to wait till that hardened. Well, how would you wait until it hardens? You know what I mean? Time is of the essence, you know? Here's another example. And again, the picture doesn't really do it justice, because if you're to stand right next to this, you would be, you know, like a wee little gnome. Like, these stones are massive. So how are you able to carry it? You know? That's a key thing that I often wonder about the ancient world, as they say. Me due to Moses, can God stop hardening the Pharaoh's heart just a little? This is the thing though. Why would you want the tyrant? Why would you want to serve the tyrant? It's like the same thing that, like, when Moses first went to the Pharaoh. And the Pharaoh said, make them get their own straw, but hold them to the same outcome as if we provide the straw. That's how you reveal the tyrant. So why would you bow to that? Why would you worship that? Why would you work for that? And this is the whole thing of like, probably one of the best pieces of advice I ever gotten was, if you're in a situation where you're not happy, where you're unhappy, however difficult it may be to get yourself out of that situation, go through the hardship, because it's not worth staying in a situation that you're unhappy in. You know what I mean? It hardens over time. But how would you construct a wall if it takes time to harden? We probably just floated the blocks there via ducts. Again, it don't make no sense. Because if there was some like shell that was created and they poured in the whatever, like the liquefied stone or whatever, then everything around it, you'd still have that case that's around it. You know, where you can't even fit like a credit card in between these cracks. The Lord hardens Pharaoh's heart, then basically isn't it all his fault? No. Like, if I confront you with reason and you become stubborn, is it my fault that I revealed reason to you and you became stubborn? Or is it your own fault for letting your own stubbornness get the better of you, blinding you to the reason? It's the same thing in terms of when Moses and Aaron first went to the Pharaoh and said, let my people go, the Jews blamed Moses. But why are you blaming Moses for the tyranny of the Pharaoh? The tyranny of the Pharaoh is the Pharaoh's fault. You know? Serious point, the Pharaoh brought all his might, find God, he lost. 100%. Stubbornness cannot stand to reason. Pride cometh before the fall. Yeah, but if God made him do it. What do you mean? If let's do it this way. If you prevent me with sound reasoning and I become stubborn because of it, is that your fault, Picasso, or is that my fault? The fault will lie with me. I succumbed to my own ego, succumbed to my own stubbornness, and it blinded me from the reason. Sound reasoning. That is my fault. Accountability. Accountability is a big thing, boys. You know? Earthquake. Talking about volcanoes and earthquake, Picasso. It ain't strong argumentation, you know? David Luchetti says, hey kiddo, good to see you. Good to see you too, David. Good to see you too. Picasso says, they rubbed two sticks together. That's how they melted it. Bada bing, bada boom. Teriak, snatch blocks are ancient, my man. Also look into mold forming. Not sure what you mean, Freer. Snatch blocks are ancient. What is a snatch block? Google is showing me images of pulleys. It was a joke, Teriak. I was on mute. I do apologize. It was a joke. Why you no laugh, Teriak? Why you no laugh? Leverage typically but would require cranes we've made of iron and steel. That's what I'm saying, man. Again, I don't claim to have the answer here. I'm just saying, like, if this technology is being disclosed now, that like these things have tremendous power, they're able to move with tremendous force, it would give some sort of like what would you call it, explanation as to how they were done. But again, it's speculation. There ain't nothing concrete, so to speak, you know. Dave says, everyone please hit that like button, subscribe, or become a member, donate. Appreciate you very kindly. We're $38 away from opening the panel if you do want an open panel. You actually found fish bones in the rock, so yeah, poured it. So, but why? Like, think about this. Like, if there's fish bones found in it, it makes even more questions being raised. Leaves. The more massive it is, the more impossible it is to prove they moved it. Unless they had something with tremendous power. Southern Man says giants. That would be even more of a question. So why were there giants and there's no giants anymore? Pastor's just like, it's a joke, bro. It's a joke. Doesn't make sense how they lifted then placed these 100-ton stones so precisely. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say it's impressive. That feat is a very impressive feat that I don't think we'd be able to replicate today. Ergo, there must have been some sort of like lost technology. Techne in terms of the craft, you know? But let us continues. Like, let me zoom in on this. Now Moses and the children of Israel sang this song to God and spoke, saying, "Let us sing to the Lord, for he is greatly glorified. Horse and rider he is thrown into the sea. The Lord became my helper and the shield of my salvation. He is my God, and I will glorify him. My father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord brings wars to nothing. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and army he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also were drowned in the Red Sea. The sea covered them. They sank to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, O God, is glorified in strength. Your right hand, O God, dashed the enemies in pieces. In the greatness of your glory, you broke the adversaries to pieces. You sent forth your wrath. You consumed them like stubble. By the spirit of your anger, the waters were gathered together. The waves stood upright in the midst of the sea. The depths congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide, I will satisfy my soul, I will destroy my sword. My hand shall have dominion. You sent forth your spirit, the sea covered them. They sank they sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like you, glorified in holiness? Marvelous in praises, doing wonders. You stretched out your right hand. The earth swallowed them up. In righteousness you guided your people, whom you redeemed. In strength you called them to your holy resting place. The nations heard and were angry. Pangs seized the inhabitants of Philistia, the princes of Edom, and the chiefs of the Moabites were dismayed. Trembling took hold of them. All the inhabitants of Canaan melted away. Fear and dread fell upon them. By the greatness of your arm, let them become as stone, till your people pass over, O Lord, till your people pass over, whom you purchased. Bring them in and plant them in the mountain of their inheritance, in your prepared habitation, O Lord, which your hands made ready. The sanctuary, O Lord, which your hands are established. The Lord reigns forever and ever and ever. For the Pharaoh's horses went with his chariots and horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought back the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel walked on dry ground in the midst of the sea. Song of Miriam. Then Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dances. So Miriam led them. Let us sing to the Lord, for he is greatly glorified. Horse and rider he cast into the sea. Bitter waters sweetened. Thus Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea. Then when he went into the wilderness of the Shur, they went 3 days into the desert and found no water to drink. Now, when they came to Merah, they could not drink the waters of Merah, for they were bitter. Therefore he named the place Bitterness. Then the people complained against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? So he cried to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. When he cast it into the waters were made sweet. There he made a statue and an ordinance for them. There he proved him and said, if you diligently heed the voice of the Lord your God and do what is pleasing in his sight, give ear to his commandments and keep all his ordinances, I will put none of the diseases on you, and I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord your God who heals you. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees. So they camped there by the waters. God damn. It's like Ferrer's sending me some stuff. Like, what I'm trying to point out for here is that even if there's some like elaborate contraption or kind of like way you can kind of tie rope around the rock and then pull it or whatever the fuck, it's still a massive amount of weight. You know? And how does that weight move? It's like a fundamental physics question. You know? They had sail shifts. One sec. I still doubt like some elaborate pulley system. Maybe I'm wrong. I can put my hand up and say, listen, this is speculation. This is just my 2 cents, you know? We have Jack. See this? See you, Jack. Screw up you tick. Welcome in, Jack. Pull up a chair, get comfy. We're on chapter 16 of Exodus. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully he's all well with you, Jack, you know? Uriah says, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Some guy named Shakespeare or some shit. You know? It's a good quote from our boy Hamlet. But didn't Shakespeare just, you know, plagiarize the Bible? Let's be real here. You know what I mean? But my counter is, in modern day, should we not start plagiarizing the Bible and start putting out media? If Hollywood is degenerate, shouldn't we, you know, like, what the fuck's that group called? I think Jordan Peterson, Michael Knowles, well, I don't think Jordan, the Daily Wire, like, they made some, like, media company. And they were like, we want to start putting out movies and films that are like, you know, divinely inspired or biblical in one essence or another. Like, should we not like encourage that? It's that there's certain subgroups within Hollywood that are like, one could say like, you know, have led these people to ruin. You know, like they've deliberately pushed a certain narrative to expose these people as being immoral, to expose these people as being degenerate, and said, "Oh yeah," like the same way like that women, like for example, like some women will like encourage like their quote unquote friends or their like other women, to dress slutty, to dress whorish and all this stuff, but would they do that themselves? You know what I mean? Like the whole big is beautiful movement, the body positivity movement. A lot of women are the ones that are pushing that, but are they themselves stuffing themselves with fucking kebabs and all this kind of shit? No, they're not. You know? Sort of like leading lambs to slaughter. Because there's like, for example, like to give you an example of what I mean, right? A lot of people, when the Barbie movie came out, said, oh, that's feminist propaganda. I would disagree. When you read between the lines of Barbie, Barbie's actually taking the piss out of feminism. Barbie's actually a pro-natal film, whereas feminism is an anti-natal ideology. though. I think there's actual people in Hollywood that are, what would be the best way to describe it, that have shrouded their intentions in illusion, play into the masses, while, you know, secretly or subconsciously directing a certain message. Back to my point as I was rolling the smoke, is that not what we should be doing? Like retelling the story of Moses in a modern day format. Retelling the stories of the Bible in a modern day format. Like, what would that, like the story of Exodus, look like in modern day? You know what I mean? Because as we were saying with our boy Shakespeare, he basically just plagiarized the Bible. And he was celebrated for it, you know? And also, morning, Jack. Pull up a chair, sir. Pull up a chair. Gave him a crash course in pulleys. I still don't believe it though, Freer. I understand what you're saying. Like with certain mechanisms, it can master the weight in certain ways. But there's limits to a pulley. There's limits to rope and all this kind of stuff. So I'm kind of skeptical of the whole like pulley system and all this kind of stuff. But like I said, food for thought, as they said. Jiraiya saying it was aliens. It was aliens, bruh. But pillar of fire by day, pillar of cloud by night. Are angels not aliens? Again, this is just one wee leprechaun's interpretation. I'm just spitballing right here. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, you know? The Red Sea can split, rocks can be moved and shaped. I know, but the Red Sea was split with something divine. You know? Heaven's Gate, good sneakers, didn't use them. We got Shante as well saying, big is beautiful, Teriak. You're up, you tick. Appreciate you, Shante. B.I.B. B.I.B. Hey, Freer, good to see you. Good to see you too, Jack. Good to see you too. Shante as well. Good to see you, folks. Dry says, Barbie is accidentally stumbling on truth. No. You don't write Barbie like that. Like, think of like the character of Will Ferrell. The character that Will Ferrell plays. Especially that scene where they bust into the meeting. And like Will Ferrell is being condescending as fuck. Sarcastic as fuck. You know? And like if you interpret that film as like think of like your condescending male aspect, the film makes sense. And you can't do that writing accidentally. You can't do that degree of acting accidentally. Like even just think of the ending scene, or just the general kind of like story of Barbie is in Barbie Land. You know, what is Barbie Land? A delusion. It's fantasy. You know? And what happens at the end? Barbie leaves Fantasyland. She comes into the real world. And what's the first thing she does? Goes to see her gynecologist. Goes to see if she can get pregnant because she wants kids. Another aspect is or kind of like a joke that's shown in the film is, oh, pregnant Barbie. We done away with that with that model. We weren't doing that model anymore. But then in the end scene, when everyone's uniting and rejoicing, there's pregnant Barbie. Daniel boys. Food for thought, as they say. Jack says, just woke up from a nap about an hour ago. Just figured I would come by and say hi. Hang out for a bit till I get tired again. No worries, Jack. You know? Jacob gotta get his whittle naps. What can I say, Shante? What can I say? Fear says the only limit is how you set up the system. You can even make up for material stress by setting them up numerically in the proper series. You could really learn about pulleys, man. I get you. But like, even when you think of like cranes have limit to the amount that they can lift. And that's what like modern day stuff, you know? They're amazing once you understand their potential. Possibly. I'm not dismissing it or like knocking it. I'm just saying in terms of like I'm trying to kind of like add everything that we're seeing in terms of like the modern day aspect. And why like are we getting shown all this disclosure stuff? And these like this technology that seems to defy the laws of physics, at least as we know it. You know? And who's to say that this technology is modern? You know? Got Jack saying, "Sure up you, Shante." Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Jack, this is the way. I woke up 2 hours early just so I dropped by to shake up a little bit of fun. Yeah, appreciate you for it. And also, I'm hoping to be on Chris's stream, not this Friday, but the following Friday. Like I said, need to make sure I get the sleeping schedule in check for that one as well. You know, and like I said, I know I missed the past couple of days as well, but I'm trying to work out like what was the cause and all this kind of stuff. So could have been the multivitamin, could have been the vape. Anything else? Could have been the bacon as well. So I'm cutting back on the bacon as well. So a lot of food for thought in terms of that area as well. So it's all about the pulleys, man. But there is a point to what we're saying as well, Shante, in terms of like being able to maneuver the weight load. Like think about like distributing weight, you know? Rear gent naps are the way. This is the way. Do you know the way? A crane's limit is based on a single point system. We are talking about running them in a series. But even the material required for the pulleys themselves, you know? A lot of food for thought, so to speak, you know? I'll remind you on Wednesday as a crested. I appreciate you, Connie, sir. It's been a while. I think I actually can't remember the exact date I was last on Chris's, but it was quite a while ago, you know? It was the Tylenol. And that's why I say I'd like to thank the show's unofficial
From
sponsor.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom's took the Tylenol, okay? How many times must I tell you, okay? You know? Pulleys are like gears. They multiply the lifting ability. Also, have you seen info on sound frequencies being used to move large objects? That was another thing in terms like the frequency. I think there's like a story of well, I forget the name of like the monks or the tribe. But there was like an explorer or something like that. He went to these monks and they were basically they used like drums and like their voice, like the hum, like things like that, to focus their frequency on a particular object. And like according to the dude's account, like this heavy stone just shot up into the air, you know? And then you think back to like the shape of an ankh is designed in such a way to concentrate the resonance of a particular frequency. And there's other kind of like you know, rumors or speculation that the pyramid itself was actually a power generator. And like this whole thing of like Nikola Tesla, when he says like the electricity in the air, like that there's energy within the air. And if you're able to tap into that, maybe there's something to it, you know? Jack's like, stop bullying me, guys. We bully because we love, you know. I wasn't listening to what he was saying. It is what it is. It is what it is, Shante. I have looked into harmonics. The stress noises can actually be used to recreate material stresses. It's an interesting field, 100%. Hey, don't give away the secret. Moving the blocks was easy. Cutting them, that was literally not possible. But that's the other thing as well. Like I've seen videos of like they basically like take like metal rods, you know, like the size of your hand essentially, and they put a multitude of like these rods into the stone, and they slowly kind of like chip away at it, and the rock actually splits. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot of ingenuity to it, you know what I mean? Shante looked at the rocks and saw through them with her glare. It is what it is. Casa was wondering where he was. I was here the whole time. He was on the volcano. He was up by the volcano doing some readings, you know? Lol, it's not a secret here. Shante! Oh, Shante! Oh, mon Dieu! Incroyable! Guy says, look up the Coral Castle, supposedly. One dude in Florida built it. Yeah. Getting the old kind of like Freemasons. What does Freemasons means? Well, Mason is a dude that works with stone. What does free mean? Liberation. The liberations of the stonecutters. Freemasons. What were they doing in Egypt? Working with stone. Working with bricks. They were Masons. The Israelites were freed Masons. Again, all speculation on my part. I don't got the evidence or proof, but it seems to make sense. I know I saw you in chat, but you wasn't here when I was here. If you don't know, now you know. He was back when I was his mod. It is what it is. It is what it is. I was kicking the dead horse, Volcano. All they had to do was move them. All they had to do to move them was float them. But how would you float such a heavy object? And then obviously lift it as you're building the pyramid. You start with the base. You know what I mean? It's not secret that I don't listen. What do you do? What does be dozen? Oh, you meant yourself specifically? I got you. It is what it is. You got to make sure you listen to wisdom, you know? With water. Viaducts. But then you have to account for like actually building these things on top of that as well. You know what I'm saying? Like even like the whole thing of like, oh, they just had a slope and then they, you know, somehow moved these gigantic stones up the slopes. But then where's the evidence of the slopes? Because even to build these ramps would have been an ordeal in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? Food for thought, but let's continue. Manna and quail. Now the journey from Elim and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after they departed from the land of Egypt. Then the whole congregation of the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron. The children of Israel said to them, would we had died, smitten by the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the pots of meat and ate bread to the full. For you brought us out into the desert to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then the Lord said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread out of heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain quota every day, that I may test them, whether they will walk in my law or not. So it shall be on the 6th day, they shall prepare what they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. Then Moses and Aaron said to all the congregation of the children of Israel, at evening you shall know the Lord brought you out of the land of Egypt. In the morning you shall see the Lord's glory. for he hears your complaints against God. But what are we that you complain against us? Also, Moses said, the Lord's glory shall be seen when he gives you meat to eat in the evening, and in the morning bread to the full. For the Lord hears your complaints you make against him. But what are we? Your complaints are not against us, but against God. Then Moses spoke to Aaron, say to all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before God, for he has heard your complaints. Now, when Aaron spoke to the whole congregation of the children of Israel, they looked towards the desert, and behold, the Lord's glory appeared in the cloud. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the complaints of the children of Israel. Speak to them, saying, at twilight you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread. Then you shall know I am the Lord your God. So it was that quail came up at evening and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay all around the camp. But the layer of dew filled there on the surface of the desert was a small round substance, white like coriander seed, like frost on the ground. So when the children of Israel saw it, they said to one another, what is this? For they did not know what it was. Thus Moses said to them, This is the bread the Lord gives you to eat. This is what the Lord has ordered. Let every man gather it for his family, 1 omer, according to the head count and number of souls among you. Each one shall gather it with those who share your tents. Then the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. So when they measured it by omers, he who gathered much had nothing left over, and he who gathered little had no lack. For each one gathered according to the need of those sharing the tent with him. Moses then said, Let no one leave any of it till morning. Notwithstanding, they did not heed Moses, but some of them left part of it until morning, and it bred worms and stank. So Moses was angry with them. Thus they gathered it every morning, every man according to his need, and when the sun became hot, it melted. So it was on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for each one. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. Then he said to them, This is the word the Lord has spoken. Tomorrow is the Sabbath, a holy rest to the Lord. Bake what you will bake, and boil what you will boil, and lay up for yourselves all that remains to be kept until morning. So they laid it up till morning as Moses commanded them, but it did not stink, nor were there any worms in it. Then Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you will not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, there will be none. Now it happened that some of the people went out to the 7th day to gather, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses, How long will you refuse to keep my commandments and my laws? Behold, for the Lord has given you this day as a Sabbath. Therefore, on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days. Let every man remain in his house. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Thus the people rested on the 7th day. Now the children of Israel called its name manna, and it was white like coriander seed, and the taste of it like wafers made with honey. Then Moses said, This is the thing that the Lord commanded. Fill an omer with manna to be kept for your generations, so they may see the bread you ate in the desert when the Lord led you out of the land of Egypt. Moses then said to Aaron, Take a golden pot, put 1 full omer of manna in it, and lay it up before God to be kept for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. Thus the children of Israel ate the manna 40 years until they came to an inhabited land. They ate the manna until they came to the border of Phoenicia. Now and Omar was the 10th part of 3 measures. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Dante says, Teriak says that he thinks I watch with the volume off because I just say stuff and because he can't keep up with my intelligence. Lies. Fake news. This is CNN, Shante News Network right here, boys. You know? Although I did make the accusations that Shante is not listening. She basically listens with the volume off. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Heresy, I dare say. Picasso says, which is why I said the easiest way, the same way we do it, which is melt pieces, aka port. Always complaining. That's true. Like, think about the amount of stuff that happened in Egypt. You know? Sounds like the complainers or the naggers kind of sounding like the Pharaoh. Kind of sound like tyrants. You know? You're not giving me anything. Well, why don't you give it to yourself? Why don't you be your own? You know? This is the whole thing of like, it's like no one's coming to save you. You know? Be your own savior. Casa says it would only need to be soft, not completely liquid. Question then is there still that technology of the liquid or the softness of the stone? And why it's so hard right now, you know? Gara says you need energy to melt stuff to rocks though, especially. Exactly, you know? Not if you use steam. But even if it's steam, how are they creating the steam? Jante, so you're saying you have not become enlightened in the ways of the leprechaun. This is good. Unbelievable. What's up with the anti-leprechaun, hey? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I joke. There are tunnels under the pyramid. Maybe they dug down to lava or found some that would have done all the work. It's always the lava. It's always the volcanoes. Even if it's not a volcano. Lava, volcano, lava. Daily bread. Through that. A lot of imagery in terms of Old Testament to New Testament. You know? A lot of predictions coming true in the New Testament that we're reading about right now. Moses, oh, sorry I freed you. The congregation, this was your idea. God, paradise is right there. Points emphatically. That's what I'm saying. Like, people who get pissed off and annoyed when you point out the reason, when you point out the cause, they get angry at you. You know, like, think of like the whole like Lightbringer mythos. Think of like Jesus again, you know, exposing the Pharisees because they had wrong interpretation of the scriptures. Anybody who speaks truth, they will be demonized. You know, it's beautifully done. I do have to say, like this whole kind of like what we've read so far in Exodus. But it's so true as well in that essence that you point out the reason, you show them sound reasoning, and then they get pissed off at you. How many times have we seen Andrew say, here's the reason, here's the reasoning. And oh, you're a misogynist, you're a bigot, you're the one that's filled with hate. It's like, no, I'm just showing you the reason. I'm revealing the reason to you, and you're getting annoyed, and you're basically committing an ad hominem fallacy. You know? That's why I keep saying, ego is your own greatest enemy. You must overcome the ego. I'm telling you, limestone forms, melted pieces right on the spot. But here's the twist, Picasso. The stones that we see in modern day of the pyramid, they're not limestone, but it had a limestone casing. You know? They got greedy. Yep. They got envious. And one could say, like, why would you say that you'd rather be under the thumb of a tyrant than free in the desert? And just think back to their initial reaction when Moses first said, let my people go, and the Pharaoh oppressed and gave cruel punishment, as tyrants do, what did the people do? They blame Moses. Why are you making things difficult for us? You exposed the tyrant, but you're blamed for the tyrant's actions. Does that sound familiar? Look at like all this, what we're seeing transpire in modern day. You point out to the transgenders, this is child abuse. They're basically just, this is the new way of sterilizing gays. You're a homophobe, you're a bigot, you're a transphobe. That's what I was told. I literally, I had a debate. You can go back on my channel. I had a debate against First Amendment or some other lefty, some Democrat dude, and I said, "Listen, I am the bigot, the homophobe, the transphobe that you say I am. I am the devil. I am what you perceive to be the devil or the demonization. I will accept that title, and I will show you that even by accepting that title, that I actually want you to start transing children. I want you to start transing the gays." Because the kids that that end up trans are more than likely just gay kids. If they're left to their own devices, they'll grow up, they'll grow out of the trans thing, and they'll be gay. So what you're doing as a homophobe, as a supposed homophobe, you're actually doing my will. And then they do the whole thing of like, oh no, like that's impossible, that would never happen. And then I give them the example of Iran. Why is a society that throws gays off the top of buildings, why are they saying that the transsexual surgery is a solution to homosexuality? Oh, you're just misinterpreting Teriak. You're lying, Teriak. That's why I turn around and say, you know what? You can go fuck yourselves. You actually deserve what's happening to you right now. You know? You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Picasso said, then move the limestone to the next spot once it dried. Get like 8 teams working 7 days a week. You can get a road done in about a month. I'm skeptical, Picasso. Probably took only like 5 years. Again, I'm highly skeptical. People to Moses. Are we there yet? Moses, don't make me drive off. Don't make me turn this around. You know? Salutes to you, Southern man. They could forge metal like gold and silver. Why not rocks? Where are they getting that energy from? You know? You had a shit ton of oil. Something we haven't discussed before, but do they have this level of technology, or perhaps even more technology, or techne, creativity, about going about these things? There's certain vases as well that have been found in Egypt where it's carved from solid granite and it is like perfectly symmetrical, like down to like the millimeter. You know what I mean? Like perfectly circular. And again, like we could not even create this in modern day. Something funny going on, you know? Have a good one, Southern man. Enjoy your sleep. Well, leprechauns kind of a tease. Unbelievable. You're just jelly off me shamrock. Don't be lying. You're just jelly off the shamrock and the dicky bow. Appreciate you, Jariah. Night Southern, have a good one. Jante does the dishes without a dishwasher. Why can't Moses melt a rock? What can I say? She's old fashioned. She likes doing it the old fashioned way, you know? Jack says, Shantae is still here, getting roasted, you know? Jack, I think this is your probably greatest weakness. It's like when someone else is getting roasted, you take a step back. You don't want to put yourself front and center if the group is roasting someone, because you'll then be the next roasted. You know what I mean? Don't worry, Jack. I'll wisen you up someday, you know? Picasso says, Google says the presence of water. Under high pressure, deep within the earth, water significantly lowers the melting point, allowing granite to melt, starting around 200 degrees. But how did they discover this? And even if this is the case, then they have like this like ingenuity or this innovation or this technology, techno, you know? She isn't listening, remember? Yeah, she's got her dishes. She's washing her dishes. Gentlemen, let her do a bit of work. Tell ya. You know? Good point for her. It is. Good point, you know? Because it says 1200, not 200. Wait, when did I say 1200? So on point with the timing of this scripture. Yes, that part, the tech. Food for thought, you know? The only way to cook granite is with diamonds, or it was hot, or it was mole cut out from limestone. Yeah, and I'm not a construction worker. 2 plus 2 not equaling 4. That's all I'm saying. There would be a residue of any lubricant in these ancient structures. No evidence of that. That's also a good point. I'm wise. What can I say, man? Wisdom is a continuous thing, as they say. Let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, 1 second, let me check. Yeah, this one's a short one. Water from the rock. Now all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the wilderness of sin, according to their encampments, and by the word of the Lord they encamped in Rephidim. But there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people contended with Moses, saying, "Give us water, that we may drink." Moses then said to them, "Why do you contend with me? Why do you tempt the Lord?" Thus the people thirsted there for water. And the people complained against Moses and said, "Why is it you brought us up out of Egypt to kill us, our children, and our cattle with thirst?" So Moses cried out to the Lord, saying, "What shall I do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go before this people and take with you some of the elders of Israel. Also, take in your hand the rod which you struck the river, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on a rock in Horeb, and you shall strike the rock, and water will come out of it. So the people may drink." So Moses did so before the children of Israel. Thus he called the name of that place Temptation and Abuse, because the abusive language of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Victory over Amalek. Now Amalek came and fought with Israel in Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, "Choose for yourself some mighty men and go out, and set the army in array against Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses said to him, and set the army in array against Amalek. Then Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And so it was, when Moses held up his hands, that Israel prevailed. But when he let down his hands, Amalek prevailed. Now Moses' hands became heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Then Aaron and Hur supported his hands, one on one side and one on the other. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. So Joshua defeated Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this for a memorial in a book and recount it in the hearing of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven." Now Moses built an altar and called his name the Lord my refuge. For with a secret hand the Lord wars with Amalek from generation to generation. This is again like BB notice, he's like, remember what Amalek done to us and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Moses done dirty here. This is the other thing as well, where the people are constantly like calling to Moses, "Oh, give us water, give us food, give us this." Kind of the same thing with like a lot of the people in modern day. It's like they're crying out for the government to give them this and give them that and all this kind of shit. You know? Give it to yourself. Let you be the bearer of your own fruits. You know? This is why I wasn't allowed to enter the promised land. Possibly. Interesting concept, Blueberry. Done dirty. He's done dirty, boys. I was just thinking about this today. No joke. Coincidence? I think not. Casa says that's not true about the loop. 5,000 years and you got nano loop. So he can break a rock and get water with a stick, but not melt granite. Oh, okay, makes sense. That's what I'm saying. There has to be some sort of divine explanation to this stuff. You know what I mean? God's power, not man's. True that. They were all not retarded. Possibly. But with age comes wisdom. Least us not forget. God is so awesome. You know, and this is another thing as well, like awesome and awful. Like we think of awful as a term to describe something bad or negative. But awful like meant like full of awe. Something was awful, like it was something that like made you like stand there in awe, that you were so like wonderstruck and all this kind of thing. Funny how language changes, you know, meaning gets subverted, you know. Guy says, no, this isn't striking the rock part, that's after the commandments. No, he basically held up the rod to the rock and gave him water. Have you ever tried to cut a piece of granite before? It's pretty much not going to happen unless you got wet saw. And that's just little as countertops and shit. True that. The divine explanation is obedience. He's a great and terrible God. And this is why I keep saying, in terms of like, he brought you out of tyranny, and you're still complaining. You know? Gaza says it's because they were doing a big swinger convention while he was carving the commandments, then he killed them. We're about to get to that. No spoilers, Picasso. No spoilers. Okay? We're going to get to that. But ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I do need to go on a little bit of a grip break. Need to refill the old cup with water and things. Need to take a wee little pee break and all this kind of stuff. So now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect time to go up, get some popcorn, maybe refresh your drink, you know, maybe grab a cup of coffee, etc., etc. Fill up some water, you know. And if you do have any spare shekels or spare coins, now is the perfect time to grift. We're $38 away from opening up the panel as well. And again, no pressure as well. If we open up the panel and we don't get it, it is what it is. That's why if we reach the goal, not only do we open the panel, but we also get a premium meme. We get a little bit of Andrew Wilson maybe as well. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So I'll see you in a little bit, folks. Enjoy the music.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Kettle,
pebble, you know how I feel. Chile and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah. In the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terryak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Aldera. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole. In a neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Aldera. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he when I jumped aboard. no longer stand it. Blood began to boil. Temper I was losing. Poor old Erin's Isle. They began abusing. Hurrah, me soul, says I. Me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by. Saw I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton. Whack follow the rock. Now with me, little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free. For the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton. Whack follow the rock.
Yeah. Hope yous are all well, enjoying the festive music, as they say, or the folkish music, I guess you could would be another word to say it as well. Let me catch up in chat before we continue with Jethro. Jethro's visiting the council, boys. Sand being harder than the granite was rubbed between the flexible metal band, usually copper or bronze, and the stone. The weight of the tool and the sand did the actual cutting through the grinding, while the metal band served only to hold the transport and the abrasive sand paste. If that's true for here, then they probably used the river. But well, they would have to use some sort of natural elements to it. You know what I mean? Water is required. Indeed, indeed. You know? Maybe that's related to what Moses was doing. Striking the rock and then water coming from it. You know what I mean? And we got Picasso saying it was either a water or a volcano. Either way, a volcano was somehow involved, says Picasso. He's sure of it. He is sure of it, ladies and gentlemen. Or they got a fire up to like 1500 degrees for 5 years straight. Well, that's the thing as well, you know? Like, yeah, like with these disclosure files, something that's able to do those movements, something that's able to travel that fast, must have a tremendous amount of power to it, which means it generates tremendous amount of energy. And from the text documents that we've seen, and given testimony from people, especially back in 1944, electronics do not work around these devices. Almost like it absorbs the energy of the electricity while nearby electronics. Food for thought, at least. Okay, where's the copper from? Would take sheets. Where's the foundries? Good question, Gerard. No, bronze and copper abrasive saws were fairly common in that age. They would have been found in many places during the time, and there's lots of art depicting their use. Possibly. I wonder if in 5,000 years they will have a debate about how we make the roads. If I had to bet money, they had a furnace. Copper comes from the earth, fairly common as well. Doesn't have a high melting point either. I've been arguing these points for 25 years so far, not even one person agrees with me. What can I say, man? For no, the mines to get the copper and tin are documented quite well, extensively. It's the how is the problem. They cut stone and lifted them is the problem. Was the rods of God an antiquatic relic? Or antiquatic? I think so. Because apparently this rod of Moses can do a lot of stuff. A lot of powerful stuff here. We're you know, can turn it into a serpent, can create water from stone, can divide a sea. Quite a powerful thing, not gonna lie. Picasso, I think there's something coming here from Blueberry. That's because your argument is it's the volcanoes, man. Probably was. This Picasso. He's convinced, I'm telling you, he's convinced the volcano was somehow involved. You know? Or lava. Forget, you know what? Forget the volcanoes. What if they had lava? You gotta admit it would make shit a lot easier. Where did they get the lava from? Gets us back to the volcanoes, Picasso. You're saying legit best bronze pick at the time versus limestone. 20 strikes. The math of slaves bringing in resources doesn't add up. The math ain't mathing. 1 + 1 is 2. +1 is 3. Quick math. You know? I can't be the only one to throw money at this man for this great show. I appreciate you, Blueberry. Like I said, we're towards the end of the month. It's typically a slower period of time. You know what I mean? Gonna have good days, gonna have bad days, you know? It is what it is. Can't get blood out of a stone, you know? 20 strikes. Have you ever hit limestone? It's like hard chalk. Not very hard to powder. Oh, I missed that reply. Let me read back. Mama. Where is it now? That is the question. Maybe the Vatican's libraries, you know? No, you don't need sheets. It's thinning through rolling. This is another common shaping process at the time. Interesting. Yeah, I would have given more, but it's the end of the month. Yeah, that's like... And this is the thing, any other streamers listening out there as well, or any of that stuff, go to your YouTube and like actually like pull the data. You can pull the data off like previous streams, and like from there you can kind of like notice anomalies or patterns. And that was one thing that kind of came up where towards the end of the month is typically, you know, it's lighter on the donations and things like that. You're able to also compare, contrast like different show ideas. So if you've noticed before this schedule or this kind of format of the different shows I was doing, I had 3 main shows: the Film Room, Wheel of Madness, and the gaming stream. And to give you a little bit of sneak peek behind the scenes, a glimpse at the secret sauce. The only reason why I was doing the gaming stream was to test the monetization idea. So when you have those 3 show ideas, Film Room, where I'm like reviewing debates from like The Crucible, Rachel, Andrew, you know, different things like that. That was kind of gauge whether like I knew that was generally kind of like content that people like. And the Wheel of Madness was basically the show where it's like heavily monetized. There's multiple different ways to donate and kind of incentivize monetization. And then the third show was content that I knew people didn't like. You know what I mean? I knew that people didn't want to see me gaming and all this kind of stuff. But I want to test out whether or not the open panel idea works. And through my data, it was like I was expecting to be Wheel of Madness was the best, then Film Room was like second best performing, and then, you know, the gaming stream was going to be the worst. It actually worked out that the gaming stream was performing better than Wheel of Madness. You know what I mean? And Film Room was the worst. And I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And like I said, that whole kind of like open panel monetization idea was doing better than all the ideas that I have for Wheel of Madness in terms of monetization, you know? So, bit of food for thought there. And that's why I keep going back to throw the spaghetti, see what sticks, you know? Like, test ideas, and don't be afraid to that if the idea might fail. You know what I mean? Because through the failure, you actually learn what works and what doesn't work. You know what I mean? Finding a volcano over there would be easier than cutting 200-ton granite blocks with your hands. Possibly, but what if there's no volcano? You know? Because bills are usually first of the month. True that, true that. I like watching gaming just fine. I just don't watch WoW. That's what I was saying for you. Like I was doing the GTA, then I even switched back to the WoW because I was like, too many people are saying that they like GTA. It's like too relatable. You know what I mean? I went out of my way to make sure it was something that like I knew people didn't like. You know what I mean? And then when I done the date, I was like, how the fuck? You know? I was like, when you think about the amount of different moves, like just to run through them real quickly, right? Wheel of Madness, I have like the meme clips, the specific topics, spin the wheel, lock the wheel, change the wheel. You know what I mean? Drop return panelists. You know, you can even ban the panelists and compare that versus open panel. Like one idea. You know? So again, that was kind of it was a very enlightening experience, whereas like I'm putting so much time into thinking of new ways to kind of like spice up Wheel of Madness in terms of monetization. And that kind of says, well, maybe sometimes less is more, you know? Different things like that, you know? What the hell? Wow. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing. Like I said, knowledge is power, folks, you know? Rear, the tool will fail. Bronze, slightly more durable than copper now. 10 of thousands of slaves going through hundreds of tons of copper and tin daily. Possibly. Evening, Pink Nuggets. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. 4 shows if you count Teriyak's OnlyFans page. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Was it, what's the fucking word? Admonish or disavow. I disavow OnlyFans. Holy shit. Talk about a cancer on society. You know? Prego, Brina. Fi favore. Fi favore.
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, 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 bene. Chi bonno. Chi bonno. You know? But like I said, that's why I say throw the spaghetti. See what that sticks. You know what I mean? Test things out. If they fail, they fucking fail, you know? At least now you know it doesn't work. And the stuff that does work, you know, work on it, you know? Improve it a bit, you know? Mixtape stream. Thing is like the whole like copyright thing and all that, you know? Why like you don't really see like much streams of people DJing unless they have like all original material and all that, you know? Just curious. What was the idea behind Wheel of Madness of the mods on the WOM? It was kind of more so to give something to the mods, but that was kind of counteracting the whole like monetization aspect, you know? Because if the mods are constantly spinning the wheel, then, you know, charging to spin the wheel doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? So that's why like I've stopped doing the madness of the mods, you know? But enough of the secret sauce. I'm not giving out any more secret sauce, okay? But like I said, Jack, just a bit more kind of like information for the boys as well, you know? Morning. Hey, Tiny, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's it going? Good yourself. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jiraiya, what is your criteria of fail? Because sharpening exists, so does hammer hardening. Fair point. Fair point. I like the way that like this talk has kind of sparked a lot of like engineering, construction in chat as well, you know. But let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. We're going to be talking about Jethro's visit and the council. Now Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard all about all God did for Moses and for Israel, his people, that the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he sent her back with her 2 sons, of whom the name of one was Gershom, for he said, I was sojourner in a foreign land, and the name of the other was Eliezer. For he said, the God of my father is my help, and he rescued me from the hand of the Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the desert, where he encamped at the mountain of God. Now he had said to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and your 2 sons with her. So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, bowed down and kissed him. Thus they greeted one another, and he brought them into the tent. Then Moses told his father-in-law all the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to all the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the hardship that had come upon them on the way, and how the Lord had delivered them out of the hand of Pharaoh and from the hand of the Egyptians. Then Jethro was amazed at all the good things the Lord had done for Israel, whom he delivered out of the hand of Pharaoh and from the hand of the Egyptians. Then Jethro said, Blessed be the Lord who delivered you out of the hand of Pharaoh and from the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know the Lord is great above all the gods, the reason they did not prevail over them. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took whole burnt offerings and sacrifices for God. For Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. So it was on the next day that Moses sat to judge the people. And the people stood before Moses from morning until evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw all he did for the people, he said, What is this thing you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit and all the people stand before you from morning until evening? Then Moses said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to seek judgment from God. When they have a dispute, they come to me, and I judge between one another, and I make known the ordinances of God and his laws. So Moses' father-in-law said to him, The thing you are doing is not good. Both you and these people with you will surely wear yourselves out. For this thing is too much for you, and you are not able to perform it by yourself. Now listen to me. I will give you counsel, and God will be with you. Stand before God for the people that you may bring their concerns to God. Teach them God's ordinances and laws, and show them the way in which they must walk with the works they are to do. Moreover, you shall select from all the people able men such as fear God, just men, hating covetousness, and set them over the people to be rulers of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Let them judge the people at all times. Then every great matter they shall bring to you, but every small matter they themselves shall judge. So it will be easier for you, for they will relieve and help you. If you do this thing, God will strengthen you, and you will be able to endure, and all the people will also go to their place in peace. So Moses heeded the voice of his father-in-law and did as he said. Thus Moses chose able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They judged the people at all times, and all the hard cases they brought to Moses. Small ones they judged themselves. Then Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he returned to his own land. So, again, seems like a basic or simple thing, but this is the whole kind of court structure that we see in modern day, you know? Like from the district courts to the Supreme Courts. There's a lot you can glean from these stories, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of wisdom in the Bible. A lot of wisdom. Which is why be able to tell that these atheists are full of shit. You know? When you say, oh, it's all fairy tales. You know? Catch up with the chat before we go on. Not too bad for here, just clean before bed. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. What we like to see, Tiny. Sorry, copper tools don't work like that. You can reform them, but it'd be a production line that would make China blush on assembly lines. Lengthen the chain to clean the house. What I'd love to see. Still have no idea what she says in that clip, and that's what I thought, by the way. I abused that when I was a thing. Por favore, Jack. She's talking about Europa. She's basically kind of saying, like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Like importing in all these foreigners and all this kind of shit. You know? Food for thought, as they would say. Beer says, Tiny, hey, clean house means less worries, which can bring a more restful sleep and a stress-free morning. And another thing as well, like cleaning as well is kind of like a therapeutic thing, you know? You're bringing order to chaos, you know? And volcanoes. Unbelievable. See you, Picasso. And your volcanoes. Unbelievable. Volcanoes were definitely involved. Indeed, Ferrer, indeed. Just blame me. It's what Shantae does. It is what it is. We all need a scapegoat, you know. Jiraiya says they do in fact work like that. Copper and bronze can both be hammer hardened and sharpened. You also didn't answer the question. Putting the feet to the fire, you know. Worse is bronze. They didn't having Great Pyramid days because it takes so much heat to repurpose. Well, if you got a volcano or a lava, apparently, you know. Gotcha. Thanks for the insight, my man. My man. They did have bronze. I'm not sure how to help you here. You need to read up some more on the process. Oh, I need to read up more in the Bible as well. Israel at Sinai. Now in the 3rd month after the children of Israel departed from the land of Egypt, on the same day they came into the Sinai desert, for they departed from Rephidim, came into the Sinai desert and camped in the desert. So Israel camped there before the mountain. Then Moses went up the mountain of God, and God called to him from the mountain, saying, Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you up myself. Now, therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be a special people to me above all nations, for all the earth is mine. You shall be to me a royal priesthood and a holy nation. These are the words you shall speak to the children of Israel. So Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before them all these words the Lord commanded them. Then all the people answered with one accord and said, Everything the Lord said we will do and hearken to. So Moses reported these words to God. The Lord then said to Moses, Behold, I come to you in the pillar of cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you and believe you forever. So Moses reported the words to the people of the Lord. Again the Lord said to Moses, Go down and solemnly charge the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes. Let them be ready for the 3rd day. For the 3rd day the Lord will descend upon Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. You shall set bounds for the people all around, saying, Take heed to yourselves that you will not go up the mountain or touch its base. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely die. Not a hand shall touch him, but he shall surely be stoned or shot with an arrow. Whether a man or beast, he shall not live. When the thunders and trumpets and the cloud depart the mountain, they shall ascend the mountain. Moses went down from the mountain to the people and sanctified them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people, Be ready for the 3rd day. Do not come near your wives. So it was on the 3rd day in the morning. There were thunderings and lightnings, and a dark cloud on Mount Sinai, and the sound of trumpet was very loud, and all the people in camp trembled. And Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Now Mount Sinai was completely enveloped in smoke, because God descended upon it in fire. Its smoke ascended like a smoke of a furnace, and the people were exceedingly amazed. And when the blast of a trumpet sounded long and became louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him by voice. Then the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai on top of the mountain, and the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Then God spoke to Moses, Go down and solemnly charge the people, lest they break through the gaze at God, and many of them perish. Also let the priests who come near the Lord God sanctify themselves, lest he destroy some of them. But Moses said to God, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you solemnly charged us, saying, Set bounds around the mountain and sanctify it. The Lord then said to him, Go down and then come up, you and Aaron with you, but do not let priests and the people break through to come up to God, lest the Lord destroy some of them. So Moses went down to the people and spoke to them. You know? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Signal defeat, it was Bronze Age. No, I'm pretty sure they had bronze in when they were building the pyramids, bro. You know, this is the whole kind of like evolution thing, or the Big Bang thing. Like, oh no, for certain it was the Big Bang. Okay, how do you know? Where's the empirical evidence? Because some scientist told me so, you know? Weird how they have, you know, such a high standard of evidence, the Bible, but their evidence for the scientists is not so high. Weird how that works, ain't it? Just saying. We're saying they did. Also sent me a thing on Discord talking about the Bronze Age was a critical metal in ancient Egypt with usage beginning in the Proto-Dynastic period around 3150 BC, continuing through the Bronze Age roughly 1100 BC. So there was bronze. There was bronze. 10 Commandments. Now the Lord spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol or likeness of anything in heaven above, or in earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, recompensing the sins of the fathers and the children to the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing mercy to thousands, to those who love me and keep my commandments. And again, this is a key thing as well, right? You shall have no gods before me. And if God is reason, there should be nothing else you place higher than reason. And this other thing of you shall not make for yourself an idol or likeness of anything in heaven above. This whole aspect of like the false gods. You shouldn't be worshipping anything other than reason. You should not be bowing to anything other than reason. You know what I mean? Especially to man. You know? The grace of Christ and the law of Moses. The Apostle John wrote, the law was given through Moses, but grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. The grace of Christ and the law of Moses are complementary, not contradictory. Following helps explain both. Friendship between Christ and Moses. Christ and Moses were friends and conversed as friends. The pre-incarnate Christ gave Moses the law. In turn, Moses gave it to Israel. As the lawgiver, Christ, not Moses, was the author of the law. Moses was his servant. In the New Testament, Moses and Elijah appeared with Christ on the mountain of transfiguration, and they conversed with him as a friend with friend. The presence of Moses shows Christ as fulfillment of the law. The presence of Elijah shows Christ as the fulfillment of the prophets. A contrast between Christ and Moses. Christ is incomparably greater than Moses, for Christ, the Son of God, who brought all creation into existence from non-existence, is building his church. When Christ gave Moses and Israel the law, he spoke as the Lord to their God. Moses, however, spoke to Israel in the name of the Lord their God, not in his own name. When the Son of God became incarnate, he continued to speak to Israel, but now indirectly and not through a prophet. Although during his 3-year ministry in Israel, he did works and spoke words in his almighty power, Israel refused to believe him, their own Lord God. To those Jews who did believe, he gave authority to become his children. Christ also gave authority to believing Gentiles becoming his children. In the Old Testament, he made it clear through Moses and his prophets the Gentiles would be included in promises to Israel. Both would be in his church. Race is not an issue, but rather faith in Christ. His church is one, comprised of every nation, tongue, and tribe. Christ is the law, harmony between law and grace. Christ is the lawgiver in both Old and New Testaments. Therefore, there is no opposition or contradiction between the Old and New laws. In his incarnation, the lawgiver himself fulfilled the old law, making it obsolete. Christ gave his written law through Moses to make sin known. Man's God-given natural law, written in the conscience, was dulled through disobedience in the years between Adam and Moses. The Mosaic law helped renew his knowledge of sin to lead man to repentance. After his ascension, Christ sent the Holy Spirit as Pentecost to convict the world of sin, to renew the natural law in man's conscience, to lead us into all truth, and to make it possible for us to become partakers in the divine nature. Christ is the incarnate lawgiver who offers us remission of sins through his precious blood. In the old law would never remit sins. Christ does not only forgive sins, but also heals the damage done through sinning. This is the unspeakable grace of the lawgiver. Quite poetic, I'm not going to lie. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Like, this is the whole aspect of if I give you faulty reasoning and convince you of faulty reasoning, you're holding reason in vain. You know? Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work. 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall do no work, neither you nor your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, your cattle, nor your stranger who sojourns with you. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and everything in them, and rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. And again we see this with all work, no play makes Johnny a dull boy. You need rest, you know. Honor your father and mother, that it may be well with you, and your days may be long upon the good land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his house, and neither shall you covet his field, nor his male servant, his female servant, his ox, his donkey, any of his cattle, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. This is some powerful stuff right here. You know? Keyword murder. You know, a lot of people mistranslate this and say, thou shalt not kill. But if this dude is coming to kill me, it is just strike him down. It is not righteous just to say, oh yeah, you can kill me. You know? You shall not commit adultery. Based. You know? You shall not steal. And this is another key thing in terms of like stealing. What does stealing actually do? It actually weakens you. If you constantly steal things and you actually never develop something for yourself, you're doing yourself a disservice. You know? You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. And again, you shall not lie. This kind of gets echoes in the whole aspect of holding your God's name in vain. If God is reason, it is unreasonable to lie against your neighbor. False witness, you know? Do not covet your neighbor's wife or his house, and neither shall you covet his field or his male servant or his female servant, his ox, his donkey, or any of his cattle, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. This whole aspect of like coveting something else that leads to envy, which inevitably leads to sin. But it's why it's one of the great sins. Or was it the deadly sins? People tremble. Now all the people witnessed the thunderings, the lightning flashes, the sound of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw this, they trembled and stood afar off. He said to Moses, you speak with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. Moses said to the people, be of good courage, for God is come to test you, that his fear may be among you, so you may not sin. So the people stood afar off, but Moses drew near the thick darkness where God was, making an altar. Then the Lord said to Moses, thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and report it to the children of Israel, you have seen that I talked with you from heaven. You shall not make for yourselves God of silver, gods of gold, you shall not make for yourselves. An altar of earth you shall not make for me, and you shall not sacrifice on it. You shall not sacrifice on it your whole burnt offerings, your peace offerings, your sheep and your calves. In every place where I record my name, I will come to you and bless you. You make me an altar of stone, you shall not build of it hewn stone. For if you use your tool on it, you will defile it. Nor shall you go up by steps to my altar, that your nakedness may not be exposed on it. Being a servant. Now these are the ordinances you shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free and pay nothing. If he comes in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If the Lord gave him a wife, and she bore him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her lord's, and she shall go out by himself. But if the servant plainly says, I love my Lord, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his Lord shall bring him to the judgment seat of God, and also to the door, or the doorpost, and his Lord shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Didn't Donald Trump's ear get pierced? I'm just saying. And his Lord shall pierce his ear with an awl. Ain't it a coinky dink? Something I always think of if the 2020 election was rigged and the Democrats were the ones that rigged it. You're telling me they were in power for 4 years and they weren't able to rig the next election? And I don't want to hear anything like, oh no, they became egotistical and they felt as though they had it. Because Donald Trump got more votes in 2020 than he did get in 2016. And Donald Trump's ear gets pierced. The closest that you could say is a miracle. Him moving his head at the moment that he did, what was it, like 0.63 centimeters away from like getting his brains blown out right in front of all of us? Like, I'd say it's pretty miraculous that he's still alive. You know? Images and imagery. Many people have been taught that the second of the 10 Commandments prohibits icons. However, if correct, all artistic representations of anything would be forbidden. The Lord himself in the same book of Exodus commanded Moses to make 2 gold cherubim, or angels, of hammered work, and to place them at each end of the mercy seat on the ark and the covenant. The Lord also stipulated that the 10 curtains of the tabernacle be woven with images of cherubim on them, and likewise the veil. When King Solomon built the temple, the huge basin or sea was set upon 12 statues of oxen, and upon 10 bases of the sea were cast or engraved lions, oxen, and cherubim, as well as palm trees. The Lord bestowed his blessing upon all the artistic representations by fulfilling the new temple with his glory. And then by declaring to Solomon, I have consecrated this house which you have built to put my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there perpetually. Perhaps a most striking example of an image made at God's command in the Old Testament is the bronze serpent that God ordered Moses to make and put on a pole in order to protect the Hebrews bitten by deadly serpents. Hundreds of years later, when the Israelites are offering incense to the same bronze serpent in a kind of idol worship, King Hezekiah, who did what was right in the sight of the Lord, had the serpent smashed into pieces. So it is not the image itself which is faulty or prohibited, but rather the improper use. The prohibition in Exodus is not against all artistic representations. Rather, it is against images, whether in human form or not, which would be worshipped as gods or goddesses, gods of silver, gods of gold. For the Lord knew that such images would tempt the Hebrews to depart from worshipping him, the one true God. Certainly, before the invisible and limitless Lord God of Israel became incarnate, it was impossible to make an image of him. However, After God Son assumed a visible and tangible human body, it was natural and beneficial for the church to create artistic representations of him, and of his body, and of his Holy Mother, and of the saints and angels from the earliest times. According to tradition, St. Luke the Evangelist made at least 3 icons of Christ and his mother. Every image or icon of Christ has a significant theological content, for it proclaims anew the incarnations of God, who became flesh for our salvation. Recognized icons of our Savior, prayerfully made, provide us with the inspired, trustworthy representations of him. The Seventh Ecumenical Council, held in Nicaea in 787 AD, condemned the heresy of iconoclasm, the rejection and even destruction of icons. These holy fathers articulated the critical distinction between the worship reserved for God alone and the veneration, honor, or reverence given to the icons. In addition, this council declared that the honor given to the image passes on to that which the image represents. Through icons, Orthodox Christians are drawn closer to Christ. A hymn sung for the first Sunday of Great Lent, which commemorates the restoration of icons in 843 AD, declares, "The icons that depict thy flesh lead us to desire and love of thee." If a man sells, and again, it's great to have like this whole kind of like clarification. Say it's like, yeah, like they're saying no icons, but this is what it actually means, you know? If a man sells his daughter to be a domestic, she shall not go out as the maidservants do, or maidservants do. If she does not please her lord, who betrothed her to himself, he shall let her go free. But he has no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt deceitfully with her. If he betroth her to his son, he shall deal with her according to the right of daughters. But if he takes another wife, he shall not deprive her of necessities, clothing, and marriage rights. If he will not do these things, do these 3 things for her, she shall go out free without paying money. Respondents to violence. He who strikes a man that he dies shall surely be put to death. However, if he did not willfully lie in wait, but God delivered him into his hands, I will appoint for you a place where the slaughter may flee. But if a man acts with premeditation against his neighbor to kill him by treachery, you shall take from him from my altar, that he may die. He who strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He who curses his father or mother shall surely be put to death. Whoever kidnaps one of the children of Israel and overcomes and sells him, and he is found with him, let him surely die. If 2 men revile one another, and one strikes the other with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die, but is confined to his bed, if the man rises again and walks about outside with his staff, then he who struck shall be acquitted. He shall only pay for his loss of time for his healing. If a man beats his male or female servant with a rod and dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he remains alive a day or 2, the Lord shall not be punished, for he is his property. If 2 men fight and hurt a woman with child, and her child is born imperfectly formed, he shall surely be punished accordingly, as the woman's husband imposes on him. So again, if 2 men fight and hurt a woman with child, and her child is born imperfectly formed, this is the whole thing of like abortion. You know, if you kill a woman, a pregnant woman, you get double homicide, you know. But if the child is perfectly formed, he shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. If a man strikes the eye of his male or female servant and destroys it, he shall let them go free for their eye's sake. If he knocks out the tooth of his male or female servant, he shall let them go free for their tooth's sake. Owners of animals. If a bull gores a man or a woman to death, then the bull shall surely be stoned, It is, and its flesh shall be not eaten, but the owner of the bull shall be acquitted. But if the bull tended to gore in times past, and it was made known to its owner, but he did not keep it confined, and it killed a man or a woman, the bull shall be stoned, and its owner shall be put to death. But if a sum of money is imposed on him, then he shall pay the amount imposed as to redeem his life. But if a bull gores a son or a daughter, it shall be done to him according to this ordinance. If a bull gores a male or a female servant, he shall pay their lord 30 shekels of silver, and the bull shall be stoned. If a man opens a pit or digs a pit and does not cover it, an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit shall make it good. He shall give money to their owner, but the dead animal shall be his. If any man's bull gores his neighbor's bull, and it dies, they shall sell the live bull and divide the money. And the dead bull they shall also divide. But if the bull was known to gore in times past, and the owner did not keep it confined, he shall surely pay bull for bull, and the dead animal shall be his own. Now if a man steals an ox or a sheep, and slaughters it or sells it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. We're setting down the law, baby. Career's ripe. Told you, tried to tell you. Kind of hypocritical for me, but isn't this rewriting history? No, it's clarifying, and this is why, like Jesus says, like, not a cross of a T or a dot of an I shall change. And people mistake that, saying, oh, well, Jesus says whatever thing and all this kind of stuff. But it's a misinterpretation. What Jesus is saying is that the Pharisees and the Sadducees, like, they're technically, what they're doing is, like, they're adhering to the words of the Torah, but they're not adhering to the correct interpretation of the Torah. You know what I mean? You know? Like, interpretation versus what, like, the actual text said, or the words used. You know what I mean? Like, this is supposed to be about Exodus. Yeah, we're still in Exodus at the moment. It's a form of history. Precisely. And one of those weirdos that believes in both science and the Bible. My man. Fellow weirdos. Weirdos unite. A world of thieves. Why bother creating or producing then? Well, if there's thieves, there's criminals, there's heroes. If there is evil, there is good. Want to know the broken tablet? Don't allow OnlyFans. Pretty sure there's some stuff in here about prostitution as well. You know? Not to give away any spoilers, but, you know. My dumbass think of history in the world, sorry. History of the world. But that's the whole thing. There's a lot of incentive for people to lie. You know? Like, sure, just look at this whole thing of, like, founding fathers were actually black. We had that whole fiasco of Google Gemini. You know, generate me a picture of the founding fathers, and they all came out black. They were like, you know, well, we want to be inclusive in DEI. And then the people started saying, generate us a picture of the founding fathers with watermelon and fried chicken. And then all of a sudden Google were like, oh fuck. Yeah. You can play at that game, Google. And that's the whole thing about it, folks. There's more than one way to skin a cat. You know? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I love Wheel of Madness. That's my favorite one. 100%. 100%. I do apologize that we missed Wheel of Madness this week, but I want to stay true to the format, so Like rather than just doing Wheel of Madness today and then trying to shoehorn in theology tomorrow and et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I do apologize. Like I said, I have made certain actions, so hopefully I should see an improvement in terms of it's not like that I was feeling sick or bedridden or anything like that. It's just I just wasn't feeling right. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Now imagining trying to get a bull high. What the?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Talking about Red Bull, maybe? It gives you wings. I'll pack my knapsack and run away if that ends. Nah, don't worry. It will be next Wednesday. Like I said, I had to take a couple of days off. Was not feeling correct, as they say, you know? I have no idea what Wheel of Madness is, but Shantae is going to run away from the end of it. Wham is Wheel of Madness, baby. History of the World Mel Brooks movie is good. Talking about the Passion? Oh, I didn't know we were acronyming. Gotcha. Do a little bit of acronyming, you know what I'm saying? Acrominicus. Sounds like a Roman or a Greek. Acrominicus. Acrominicus. Wheel of Madness will never end, only evolve. Precisely, sir. Precisely. You know, throw the spaghetti. See what the stick. Hey, we need our days off, Teriak. That is true. That is true. I should probably kind of come up with like a plan in terms of like after X amount of thing, then we're taking some time off and things like that. I think a month is too long. Maybe even a week might be too long. Could do maybe 12 weeks on, then 1 week off or something like that. Because Ferrer's even been saying to me as well, it's like, listen, bro, like you know, keeping the head to the grindstone is one thing, but you got to make sure you get some rest in, you know? So it's definitely something I'm cognizant of and thinking about, because like fundamentally stress could be another thing as well, you know? All work, no play makes Johnny a dull boy, as they say, you know? Well, I missed it. I just tried so quickly to catch up and thought it was ending. No, not at all. Not at all, sure, you know? Sure do. Exactly. Acronyming. Acronymicus. Welcome in, Stacy. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. We got about an hour left. Let's see how much more chapters we can crack off. We're going through the law at the moment. Yep, a plan. Almost like there's a word for that. Schedule, that's it. Exactly, yeah, I need to come up with a schedule. I'm thinking something like 12 weeks on, a week off or something like that. Which would mean I'd basically take a month off during the whole year. But do it in like that time frame. And then 4 weeks, 28 days. Let's do it like that, maybe. 12 weeks on and a week off. Doesn't sound too bad. Food for thought. I'll think about more about it. Appreciate the feedback as well, folks, you know. Plan better than Moses or Joseph or Joshua. That's why stories were written. One can only hope. Self-preservation is key. Precisely. Chapter 22. If a thief is found breaking in at night and is killed, there shall be no guilt for his blood. But if the sun rises on the thief, there shall be guilt, and his blood is shed. However, he should make full restitution. But if he has nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the thing is stolen, from a donkey to a sheep is found alive in his hand, he shall restore double. If a man allows his field or vineyard to be grazed upon, but lets loose his animal, and it feeds in the field of another man, he shall make restitution from the best of his own field, the best of his own vineyard. Or vineyard. If fire breaks out and catches in thorns, but sets threshing floors, sacked grain, or field on fire, he who kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man gives his neighbor money or goods to keep, but it is stolen out of a man's house, the thief shall pay double if he is found. If the thief is not found, then the Lord of the house shall be brought before God, and he shall swear he played no wicked part with regard to any of his neighbor's deposit. For any kind of trespass, whether it concerns an ox, a donkey, a sheep, or clothing, or any alleged loss of whatever kind, the cause of both parties shall come before God. That he is convicted by God shall repay double to his neighbor. If anyone gives his neighbor a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any animal to keep, and it dies, is injured, or taken, but no one knows it, then an oath of God shall be between them both, that he is not guilty with regard to the deposit, and the owner of the deposit shall accept this. Thus no compensation shall be made to him, but if, in fact, the deposit is stolen from him, he shall he shall compensate the owner. But if it is torn to pieces by a beast, he shall bring it as evidence and make no compensation. If a man borrows anything from his neighbor and it becomes injured or dies, the owner is not being with it. He shall make compensation to the owner. But if the owner was with it, he shall not make compensation. If it was hired, it came for its hire. This is an interesting way of de-incentivizing stealing. To even have the thought of stealing. Because if you were just to simply repay, right? Let's say I stole your Xbox. And the restitution is, oh, just give the Xbox back. You know, you're not really disincentivizing me from stealing the Xbox. But if I stole your Xbox and now I have to pay you back double Xbox, reason would stand to, well, why would I even bother stealing an Xbox if I then have to pay back double Xbox? Why not just, earn enough for an Xbox? Pretty genius way of doing it. I'm not going to lie. And it even covers stuff of like, oh, if they tried to set fire to my fields, if they tried to steal my ox, And the atheists take this shit for granted. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Blasphemy. The moral laws. If a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely pay the bride price to her for her to be his wife. But if her father utterly refuses to give her to him, then he shall pay money to her father according to the bride price of virgins. You shall not permit a sorcerer to live. Whoever lies with an animal shall surely be put to death. Based. Bestiality laws right there, boys. Goat lives matter, as they say. He who sacrifices to any god except to the Lord alone, he shall be put to death. You shall neither mistreat a stranger nor oppress him. For if you were strangers in the land of Egypt, you shall not afflict any widow or orphan. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry out to me, I will surely hear their cry. My wrath will become hot, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives shall be widows, and your children orphans. If you lend money to any poor brother among you, actually, that's quite empathetic. You know what I mean? If you mistreat widows or orphans, if you mistreat children or women that are widows, then I will turn you into a widow. And that, like I said, it forces that empathetic view. Like, how would you like it if your wife was a widow or your children were orphans? You know what I mean? If you lend money to any poor brother amongst you, you shall not be hard on him or charge him interest. If you take your neighbor's garment as a oh my God, man, like, think like in modern day, the amount of interest we have on loans and all this kind of stuff right now. Unbelievable. If you take your neighbor's garment as a pledge, you shall return it to him before the sun goes down. For that is the only covering. It is the only garment for covering his nakedness. What will he sleep in? So it will be when he cries to me, I will hear him, for I am merciful. You shall not speak against gods, nor curse a ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your threshing floor and fruit press. Firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Likewise you shall not do with your calf, sheep, and donkey. It shall be with its mother 7 days. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. Now you shall be holy men to me, and you shall not eat meat torn by wild animals in the field. You shall throw it to the dog. Justice. Now you shall not circulate a false report. Do not agree with the wicked man to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a crowd to do evil, nor join with them, so as to turn aside with the majority to pervert justice. This is like propaganda we're talking about here. You shall not circulate false report. You shall not show partially to a poor man in his dispute. If you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey going astray, you shall surely bring it back to them again. If you see your enemy's donkey fallen beneath its load, you shall not walk away from it, but shall surely help him with it. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in this dispute. Keep yourself far from every unjust matter. Do not kill the innocent and the righteous. Do not justify the wicked for his gifts. You shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes and corrupts just pronouncements. And this is the whole thing of oligarchy. It's a degradation of the soul. Also, you shall not oppress a resident alien, for you know the heart of a resilient alien, because you were resident aliens in the land of Egypt. And again, mentioned of aliens. Isn't that a key word, especially in this whole disclosure thing? You know? Sabbath laws. 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its produce, but in the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave, beasts of the field may eat. In like manner you shall do with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and donkey may rest, and the sons of your female servant and the stranger may be refreshed. And again, like this whole thing of like 6 years plow the land and gather the produce, but in the 7th land let it rest, let the minerals go back into the soil. 3 early feasts. Now in everything I said to you, be circumspect, and do not invoke the name of other gods, nor let it be heard from your mouth. Keep a feast to me 3 times in a year. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. You shall eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded you, at the time appointed in the month of new grains, for in it you came out of Egypt. None shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, first fruits of your labors you sowed in the field, and the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in the fruit of your labors from the field. 3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God, when I cast out the nations from before your face and expand your borders. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. First of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a lamb in its mother's milk. An angel of protection. Behold, I send my angel before your face, to keep you in the way, and to bring you into the land I prepared for you. Listen to him and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you will indeed obey my voice and do all I command you and keep my covenant, you shall be my special people above all nations, for the whole earth is mine, and you shall be royal priesthood and a holy nation. You shall speak these words to the children of Israel, and you shall indeed obey my voice and do all I tell you. I will be an enemy to your enemies and an adversary to your adversaries. For my angel will go before you and bring you into the Amorites, the Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, the Girgazites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor according to their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and completely break down their sacred pillars. So you shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread, wine, and water, and I will take away sickness from you. No one shall suffer miscarriage or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my fear before you, and I will cause confusion among all the nations to whom you come, and will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. I will also send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Amorites, the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites from before you. I will not drive them out before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate and the wild animals of the field become too numerous for you. Little by little I will drive them out before you, until you have increased and inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea, the Sea of the Philistines, and from the desert to the Euphrates River. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land onto your hand, and will drive them out from before you. You shall make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a stumbling block to you. What do we think? What do we think? They have groves now, though. But vineyards and all this kind of stuff. Least does not forget, Uriah. These are sophisticated peoples. And think of like the agriculture. And I can't remember who was saying this, but it was a striking thing that they were saying that like in abundance, you know, like think of like alcohol, for example. And I'm not talking about getting drunk, but I'm talking about like enjoying alcohol, right? Because again, like with alcohol doesn't turn you into a different person. It lowers your inhibitions, you know? Like this whole thing of like the like alcohol like creates loose lips, and it actually reveals the character and all this kind of stuff. But when you have abundance of anything, you have an abundance of grapes, turns into wine. You have abundance of potatoes, turns into vodka. You have an abundance of wheat and barley, turns into beer. Do you know what I mean? Ain't it a beautiful thing? You know? It's almost like God's kind of saying, well, you know, you've got an abundance of this thing. You know, time to enjoy yourself. You know, like we're kind of mentioning where it's like, you need some time off every now and again, Teriak. You can't be, you know, constantly doing it 24/7. You know? All work, no play makes Johnny a dull boy. Yeah, but fermentation. Yeah, like, but you're not gonna, if you're struggling for food, you're not gonna be like, oh, let's turn this into alcohol. But like, just think about like how the fermentation process was discovered. When you have an abundance, you're going to let the stuff sit for a while, and eventually it sits for so long, like, what's this liquid? You know? Sorry, was making some herbal tea to help the wife pass out. She's been having trouble sleeping all night. Don't have to apologize for that, Farir. Family comes first. If you need to go off and do shit, you never need to apologize for that. You know? Do your thing. Like the same thing with the donations and all that. Like, I understand, end of month, things are tight, you can't get blood out of a stone. You know what I'm saying? 100%. 100%. The covenant affirmed. Now he said to Moses, come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship from afar. Moses alone shall come near to God, but they shall not come near, nor shall the people go up with them. So Moses came and told the people all of the words of God, and all the ordinances, and all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words the Lord spoke we will do. Then Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and he rose early in the morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountains, and 12 stones according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young men of the children of Israel, who offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings to calves to God. Moses took half the blood and put it in basins, and half the blood poured on the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it in the hearing of the people, and they said, all the Lord said we will do, and be obedient. Moses then took the blood, sprinkled it on the people, and said, this is the blood of the covenant the Lord made with you according to all these words. Moses with God on Mount Sinai. After this, Moses went up along with Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and the 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the place where God of Israel stood. Under his feet was, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and the appearance of heaven's firmament in its purity. And of Israel's chosen men, not one was missing. They saw the place of God, and ate and drank. And the Lord said to Moses, come up to me on the mountain, and be there. And I will give you the tablets of stone and the law of the commandments I wrote, that you may teach them. So Moses arose with his assistant to Joshua, and they went up to the mountain of God. But he said to the elders, wait here for us until we come back to you. Indeed, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man has difficulty, let him go to them. Then Moses and Joshua went up the mountain, and the cloud covered the mountain. Now the glory of God descended on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. Then on the 7th day the Lord called to Moses out of the midst of the cloud. The sight of the Lord's glory was like a burning fire on the top of the mountain before the children of Israel. So Moses went into the midst of the cloud and went up the mountain, and was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. And again, where did we see 40 days and 40 nights before, ladies and gentlemen? I'll give you a hint. His name was Noah. You know what I mean? So this continuation of numbers or imagery, it's this whole aspect of ritual, prophecy, tradition. You know what I mean? And this is what I can't get around, is when these gobshites, there's no other word to call them other than gobshites, where they just take all these laws for granted. Like, those laws that were listed were based, you know? Like, what kind of a de-incentivization, I'm not sure if that's a word, but like, to discourage people from stealing, if it is known that if you steal, you pay back double of what you stole, and if not, then you're doing hard labor to make up for price, you know? Because trust me, there plenty of the people are able to work out how much labor labor is costed. Okay, you don't have the money and you stole, well, you're going to prison and you're going to be cracking some rocks, making some license plates or whatever. Telling you, man, it would set things straight. We need a zero tolerance with law and order, because otherwise It just ascends into chaos. This is what we're seeing. Think of California when they were like, "Oh well, we're not going to prosecute crimes for like $1,000 or less dollars." What happened? Well, if you're not going to prosecute me, I'm just going to go around and start stealing shit. You know what I mean? Kind of crazy when they accuse law and order of being oppression, you know? And this is why, like, creating a law for the man or woman of a nation is putting forth an equal standard. And this is what I think a lot of subversion has happened to the meaning, and egalitarianism being a, what would be the word, like a subversion of, like, when we talk about equality. Everyone should be held to an equal standard. Because the moment you start saying, well, you know what, for the women, we're going to lower the standard for the military, that's not going to be good for anybody. And moreover, you're judging someone differently to a immutable characteristic. By holding everyone to an equal standard, and if you cannot meet that standard, then you're not in the army. Like, how is that a bad thing? But this is what egalitarian gets in your head, and then all of a sudden you're thinking men and women are equal. Then all of a sudden you're lobbing up off body parts because we're all equal. We're like Mr. Potato Head. We're just interchangeable widgets and parts. Talk about dehumanizing, you know? Gara says, all 70 elders like telling cats I'll be back, no worries. Gun kites. Who judges who, though? You were judged according to reason. The law transcends the individual. The law is an equal standard that everyone must adhere to. And if you break the law, then it is proven through reason. This is why tyrants have kangaroo courts. For one person, it's a crime. For another person, it's not a crime, etc., etc. You know? There was something said once about someone casting the first stone. True that, true that. But the law is the law for real. If the law is not enforced, if the Constitution is not enforced, what good is it? You know what I mean? And again, I'm spitballing. I'm more than welcome to feedback. But what are we to do if we're just to stand idly by? You know, evil prevails when good men do nothing. Took my comment in the opposite direction. That's why I always say please be patient. My mom took Tylenols, okay? But like I said, I'm more than welcome to feedback. Like, if you're like, Teriak, you're wrong. Talking utter nonsense. You know what I mean? Hold me accountable. Keep me in check, you know? Because I am a mere mortal. I am fallible just like the rest of us. You know what I mean? Some guy casts a stone, I'm throwing hands back. But I mean, like, that's the thing. That's why, like, righteousness and justice, like, even just the word justice, it's the same where we get justification, you know? And justification is not an opinion. It is sound reasoning. And that's why I think a lot of people kind of get it confused where it's like, okay, we're not all equal, but we should treat each other equally. Even that, to me, is a misrepresentation, because if we should all treat each other equally, should we treat a criminal the same as a victim? Or should we all be held to an equal standard and judge based off that standard? And if so, someone is guilty of breaking the standard, then justice shall be served. And to go from this to what we have in modern day, where some fucker just like arrives on a fucking plane, flushes his fucking passport down the toilet, and then gets given like a 4-star hotel room, gets given money straight from the treasury, from the taxpayers. You know, where's the equal standard in that? And where, like, even, like, where's the equality? Even if you're to grant, you know, we should all be treated equally, why are you treating the taxpayers with such contempt? Why are the taxpayers breaking their backs and paying all this tax only for it to be just given away such frivolously? You know what I mean? Things need to change. You know? From reading this, I can't find fault in, you know, you steal from me, you're paying me back double. You know? You take a life, you give your life. In the context of murder. Adultery. You know? How many families have been broken apart from adultery? And the ramifications from that. Food for thought. Jara says consequences for actions. What are you reading? The Old Testament? Incroyable. You know? Equality. I'm waiting to hear the part where this turns into socialism. That's what I'm saying. Idealism gets you nowhere. But even if you're to use their own claims, how are we saying that we're treating people equally? And this is why they use the word, oh, okay, well, equally doesn't make sense anymore, so now we're going to change it and like go for equity. We need to have the equal outcome. Again, it is even crazier, you know? But in terms of equality, like, no two men are the same. So how can men and women be the same or equal? It makes no sense. And, oh, we should treat everyone equally. But again, should we treat the criminal and the victim the same or equally? No. And the other one off like, well, everybody has equal moral worth. Does a psychopath have equal moral worth than a virtuous person? Does a criminal have equal moral worth than a victim? No. This is why egalitarianism is cancer of the brain. The premise of an equal standard for everybody. That makes sense. That we have a standard and we hold each other accountable to that standard. That it's not, well, it's one rule for women and then another rule for men and then another rule for black people and then another rule for white people. That's not justice. You know? There you go. Precisely. Equal potential versus actual measured actions. Equal standard, yeah. You know? Just like the compare and contrast of how far we've fallen. Holy shit. You know? Letting murderers, letting them go 14 times. 14 times. You know? Heard of giving someone a second chance, but giving them 14 chances. Craziness. That's why I keep telling people there's a reckoning coming. To use the Norse imagery, Ragnarok is coming. You know? Offerings to the sanctuary, boys. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, that they take first fruits from everyone who gives it willingly from the heart. Thus you shall take my first fruits. This is the offering you shall take from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet cloth, fine spun linen, and females' goats' hairs, ram skins dyed red, and skins dyed blue, and incorruptible wood, oil for the light, and incense for anointing oil, and for the composition of incense. Sardius stones, and stones for the carved work of the breastplate and the full-length robe. Also you shall make me a sanctuary, and I will appear among you. According to all I show you, that is, the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all its furnishings, you shall make it. The Ark of the Covenant. Thus you shall make the Ark of Testimony from incorruptible wood. 2.5 cubits shall be its length, 1.5 cubits its width, and 1.5 cubits its height. You shall overlay it with pure gold. Inside and out you shall overlay it, and shall make it on a wreath of gold all around. You shall cast 4 golden rings for it, and put them in its 4 corners. 2 rings on one side, and 2 rings on the other. You shall make poles of incorruptible wood, and overlay them with gold. You shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark, and the ark may be carried by them. Poles shall remain fixed in the rings of the ark. You shall put into the ark the testimonies I will give you. And in terms of like this aspect, right? I think of like gold being a conductor of electricity. Would be a key thing here. You know, I often wonder in terms of like the Ark of the Covenant, is there something to it? In terms of like being an energy source and how energy is such an important thing to a society, you know? But anyways, you shall also make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2.5 cubits shall be its length, and 1.5 cubits its width. Then you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of hammered work. You shall make them into 2 ends of the mercy seat. Make 1 cherub at one end, and the other cherub at the other end. You shall make the cherubim at the 2 ends of it of one piece with the mercy seat. And the cherubim shall stretch out their wings above, overshadowing the mercy seat with their wings, and they shall face one another. The face of the cherubim shall be toward the mercy seat. You shall put the mercy seat on top of the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimonies I will give you. There I will make myself known to you, and I will speak with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim which are on the ark of testimony, about everything I will give you in commandments to the children of Israel, the table of the holy bread. You shall also make a golden table of pure gold. 2 cubits shall be its length, 1 cubit in its width, and 1.5 cubits in its height. You shall make for it golden wreaths twisted all around, and also a crown of handbreadth all around. And you shall make a twisted wreath of gold for the crown all around. You shall make 4 golden rings for it, and put the rings on the 4 corners of its 4 legs under the crown. The rings shall be bearings for the poles, so they may bear the table within them. And you shall make the poles incorruptible wood, and overlay them with pure gold, that the table may be carried with them. You shall make its dishes, censers, bowls, and cups of pure gold, that you may offer drink offerings with them. And you shall set the bread on the table before me continually. The lampstand of gold. You shall also make a lampstand of pure gold, which shall be of hammered work. Its shaft, branches, and bowls, and its stem and corolla shall be made of one piece. 6 branches shall come out of its sides, 3 branches of the lampstand, one out of one side, and 3 branches out of the other. 3 bowls shall be made like almonds on each branch, with its ornamental knobs and lilies. And so for the 6 branches that come out of the lampstand. On the lampstand itself, 4 bowls shall be made like almonds, and each with its ornamental knob and lilies. There shall be a knob under the first 2 branches of the same, a knob under the second 2 branches of the same, and a knob under the third 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that extended from the lampstand. Their knobs and their branches shall be of one piece. All of it shall be one hammered piece of pure gold. You shall make its 7 lamps, and you will lay the lamps upon them. From this one presence they will shine outward. You shall make its funnels and dishes of pure gold. It shall be made of a talent of pure gold, with all these utensils, and see to it they make them according to the pattern shown to you on the mountain. Beautiful. Tabernacle. You shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine woven linen, with blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and you shall weave them with artistic designs of cherubim. The length of each curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the width of each curtain 4 cubits. Each curtain shall have the same measurements. 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled with one another. You shall make loops of blue yarn on the edge of each curtain of one set, and likewise you shall on the outer edge of curtain the second set. 50 loops you shall make in one curtain. The 50 loops you shall make on the edge of the curtain and at the end of the second set, that the loops may be clasped to one another. You shall make 50 clasps of gold and couple the curtains together with the clasps, that they may be one tabernacle. You shall also make curtains of goat's hair skins be tent over the tabernacle. You shall make 11 such curtains. The length of each curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the width of each curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall all have the same measurements. You shall couple 5 curtains by themselves and 6 curtains by themselves, and you shall double over the 6 curtains at the forefront of the tent. You shall make 50 loops on the edge of the outermost curtain in one set, and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain of the second set. You shall make 50 bronze clasps, put the clasps into loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. The remaining remnant of the tent's curtains, that is, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the back of the tabernacle. A cubit on one side and a cubit on the other side of remaining length. The tent's curtains shall hang over the side of a tabernacle, on the side and on that side to cover it. You shall also make a covering of ram skins dyed red for the tent, and blue skins as coverings above that. You shall make the tabernacle posts out of incorruptible wood. 10 cubits shall be the length of each post, and each cubit and a half its width. 2 joints shall be made in each post for binding one to another. Thus you shall do all the posts of the tabernacle. Thus you shall make the posts for the tabernacle, 20 for the north side. You shall make 40 bases of silver for the 20 posts, 2 bases for each of the 2 joints of the posts. For the second side of the tabernacle, the south side, there shall be 20 posts, and there are 40 bases of silver, 2 bases for each of the posts, 2 joints. For the far side of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 posts. You shall also make 2 posts for the 2 back corners of the tabernacle. They shall be coupled together at the bottom and at the top of one ring. Thus it shall be for both of them. They shall be equal. So there shall be 8 posts with their 16 bases of silver, 2 bases for both sides of each post. You shall make bars of incorruptible wood, 5 for the posts on one side of the tabernacle, 5 bars for the posts of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the posts at the side of the tabernacle towards the sea. The middle bar shall pass through the midst of the posts from end to end. You shall overlay the posts with gold, make their rings of gold as holders for the bars, and overlay the bars with gold. Then you shall rise up the tabernacle according to its pattern shown to you on the mountain. You shall then make a veil woven of blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and fine woven linen. It shall be woven with an artistic design of cherubim. You shall hang it upon the 4 posts of incorruptible wood overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be gold upon 4 bases of silver. You shall hang the veil on the posts. Then you shall bring the ark of the testimony in there behind the veil. The veil shall be a divider for you between the holy place and the Holy of Holies. You shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the Holy of the Holies. You shall set the table outside the veil, and the lampstand across from the table on the side of the tabernacle towards the south, and you shall put the table on the north side. You shall make a screen for the door of the tabernacle woven of blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and fine woven linen made by a weaver. You shall make 5 posts for the veil, and overlay them with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, and you shall cast 5 bases of bronze for them. So clearly they had bronze, which means Freer was clearly right. But in terms of the architectural design, quite grand and eloquent, I do have to say, and quite specific. And just compare this again to the modern architecture that we see in modern day. Do you know what I mean? Like this grey square building. It has something to do, I think, you know? Let me see if I can find a picture of what this would look like. Okay. Okay, we got ourselves a video here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me do this. So basically this is what I just read.
Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet. With cherubims of cunning work shalt thou make them. The length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain, from the selvage in the coupling. And likewise shalt thou make in the uttermost edge of another curtain, in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And thou shalt make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. And thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair, to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shalt thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. And thou shalt make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side, to cover it. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering above of badgers' skins. And thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward thou shalt make 6 boards, and 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both, they shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards on the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards on the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars, and thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof which was showed thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, with cherubims shall it be made. And thou shalt hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the taches, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle, towards the south. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make for the hangings 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And their hooks shall be of gold. And thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them.
So it's quite an intricate piece. Let me do... Right, well, this one... Okay, right, so we'll do this one first, and then this one second. Because the words can only get you so far, but in terms of like the visual aspect, I think is a key thing. So like this is basically what it would look like on the outside, you know? And then this would be kind of what the inside would look versus the thing. Now, in terms of like when it says it would be blue, purple, and scarlet, the actual kind of intricate designs to it, does that mean that certain sections are blue, certain sections are red, and all this kind of stuff? Hard to determine. But in terms of like general layout, like just in terms of the intricacies compared to like modern day architecture, think about the amount of effort and detail that we put into something like that versus what we kind of like do now, where it's like, yeah, just make it a square, bro. You know? And then we have whereas because like now we have Donald Trump, and like a lot of people say this is a waste or whatever, but like having something like that in America on the way to the White House, you want something like that as impressive, and like the amount of detail and all this kind of stuff that will go into something like this. Like when have we had like a president or any form of kind of like leadership or anything like that like want to engage in such like grand projects, you know? Been some time. It's like music to the ears. You know what I mean? Let me try to find a better picture actually, because that's kind of blurred at the moment. Un momento, por favore. So again, kind of blurred. Something like that. The word beauty comes to mind, you know? So it's one of these things where like the whole kind of like American dream big and execute the dream, you know? Let me catch up with chat as well. Oh yeah, like the dude that stabbed Zarina. 14 victims. Like mercy to the criminal is cruelty to the victim. You know what I mean? Indiana Jones, when they open it, women built this, melted faces. We're annoyingly right. I don't think it's annoyingly. You know? Truth is truth. Oh, his wife the rest. Now she complains about me being right too. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is for her, you know? The reality though, I'm frequently incorrect. That's how I and others learn though. The moment you think you have learned everything is the moment you've truly learned nothing. Beautiful. Bellissimo. You know? Every day you learn something new. Or you should be learning something new, you know? Wisdom versus ideology. One accepts reality, the other tries to shape it to fit. Pyramids weren't built by bronze, though. Fy favore. Fy favore, Jodiah. You know? It sure wasn't. It used to be carved, cut, and shaped stone. By currying and abrasive. Very nice display, Teriak. Like I said, I think the visual, it kind of it sticks more in the mind rather than the words trying to describe it. You know what I mean? And like I said, like that's what we need more of in modern day. Like more things of beauty. Something to aspire to, something to motivate, you know? Something to inspire. You know? Other than, here's a square-shaped building that's gray and dull, you know? Food for thought, as they say. You know? Music is liquid architecture, and architecture is music frozen in time. I think there's a lot to be said about that. Especially when you listen to the modern day music. Like, is there anything more cancerous than the current pop charts? And I'd even make the argument that majority of that shit is not even, you know, what people genuinely want to hear. You know? I think it's something that's like forced upon, and then basically, like, look at it this way. Like, is there a standard regulation to determine what the top of the billboards is? You might say, oh yeah, well, Teriac, like, you know, like they'd be able to kind of record how much like things are played and downloaded or whatever. But then I say to you, well, clearly, like, there's botting, like that's a phenomenon. Like that even happens in like low level streamer circles as well. You know, people will pay to get more views on their videos and all this kind of stuff. So when we look at these music companies, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of people, as we seen in the story of Moses when he first goes to the Pharaoh, says, "Let my people go." Like, the people will go along to get along. You have the soul of democracy. All you are is a blind sheep looking for blind guidance. Or another way to use a political example, like these people like David Pacman says, well, I'm a polls guy. I want to know what the polls say. People like that, what they're basically telling to you or confessing to you is that I don't have an opinion of my own. I just like to get a script from the masses and then just repeat the script from the masses, because then the masses will never come for me because I'm their mouthpiece. Can you think of anything more pathetic? You know? Too afraid to have an original thought. That's what that tells me, you know? Very Roman architecture, those oppressors. But when you go back and you look at the architecture of the Romans, the Greeks, can we honestly say that we've developed something better? I think not. You know? It does the job well. 100%. 100%, Teriac. 100%. Yeah. Well, think about the construction of this. Like, it's one thing to put up a rendition. It's another thing to actually bring it into reality. You know? Which is why I brought up the triumphant arc that Trump is planning. That thing is going to be a thing of beauty. And it goes to show in terms of like to have a grand idea and then to actually implement it. It's a pretty grand person or a great person, you know, or a great achievement. Because it doesn't come down, it's not going to be Trump, you know, chiseling away at the rock and all this stuff, but people, the Americans that will build that. Something to be noted, at least, you know? a sense of hope for the future. You know, as PBD would say, the future looks bright. And to think we came 0.635 centimeters away from none of this being. We're descending into pure tyranny and Kamala Harris's cackle and all this shit. Miraculous is a word that comes to mind, you know? We built simple boxes to live in, and we have heavy machinery like cranes. Exactly. We have the machinery, but we have no creativity. How does that make sense? You know? Those old buildings seem like they are from another world. I mean, in a way, you know? The proof is in the pudding, Kevin. Like anybody who says modern day architecture is better than ancient architecture, it's a good test to give to the atheists. But they'll hand wave and they say, oh, that's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. And that's when you say, exactly. Exactly. The mere fact that you hand wave architecture, you hand wave music, and then you're going to come to me and say that you know a better culture than this. You know? Media, it's his ego. Poo poo. They will, like, this is the thing, you know? Iran war breaks out. Oh, Donald Trump's a warmonger, all this kind of stuff. Donald Trump's about to reach a peace deal. Oh, Donald Trump's a pussy and all this kind of shit. Damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. You know? Crazy. Like, sure, just look at the Vatican. Well, you see this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to get a picture where it's like at ground level. Fy favore. Give me a ground level one. Okay, this is not ground level, but we'll make do with what we got. Just imagine the construction it would have taken back in those times, man. You know, like all these pillars. And think about how big and massive these pillars are, right? And then you have all the statues up here as well. Like the level of detail, the level of design. Time that must have taken. You know? It really is crazy. Peach deal, hell yeah, cobbler for all. Like I keep saying, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Peace deal, not peach deal. You know, James and the giant peach. Peach or cherry cobbler, real questions. This is the real questions, gentlemen. You know, it's lovely that we went through trouble, but why? We still have the meme. Oh no, I don't have it loaded up. God damn. God damn. But think of like the penguin meme. But why? You know? And I think it's got to do with creativity. Got to do with inspiration. Like human creativity is it's a divine quality. You don't see, for example, a monkey making a fire. You don't see a dolphin, you know, building a house for himself. And it's not just a construction skill, exactly. It is techne. It is a craft, you know? peach over cherry every day. I had to take medicine when I was a kid. I've hated cherry ever since. I feel you, man. I feel you. Speaking about food, I need to go to eat. We have reached the end of the show as well, folks. But I think it was a good way to leave off with like this essence of, you know, art, architecture, creativity, you know, craft. It's an important thing. It's an important aspect to be able to restore it. We're going to be raiding in to our boy JS. Yeah, we're going to be raiding into our boy JS. He's doing a little bit of a chair stream, you know, for the memes, as they would say. So make sure you give him a like and a subscription. You know what I'm saying? It's free. You might as well, folks. You might as well support the boys, all this good stuff, you know? Dry says, Werner Herzog lives rent-free in my brain. His voice is narrating constantly. Hey, my man. Cheers, Kevin. Cheers to you and out all the rest of the folks in chat as well. Thanks for stopping by and joining me on Theology Thursday. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be picking up at chapter 27 next week. So make sure you have it lined up. I might have to adjust the starting time and all this kind of stuff because on Friday I'm going to be doing Chris's Brick Shithouse, as they say. I'm going to be joining Bricky and Chris for a bit of the memes and all the good stuff, all the funnies and all this kind of stuff. But one sec. One sec. And I'll leave you off with the Arc of Triumph. Arch or Arc? I'd say Arc. Because this is what kind of resembles what Trump's trying to do here. This is what he's trying to restore America to. This is why I always end off the show the same way, folks. You don't gotta trust me. All I'm simply asking you is to trust your president. You know? Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful day, night. Teriak, I'll make sure to mind you Wednesday. My man, appreciate you kindly, sir. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views. And somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we